Hello, hello, everybody. The wrong, thingamajiggy here. There we are. Really enjoy the intro, like the main menu music for Griftlands here. It's important, I think, especially as a streamer, that a game has a enjoyable kind of like backdrop to dialogue as its opening screen music. And Griftlands fits the bill really well, I feel. How's it going, Malkavian24, Jean-Francois Pony, Buddhafool, Adonis Incarnate, Dozy Lion, The Enhas, Jet Raccoon, Throws a Hammer, Epona21, Seably TV, Shelly Bean, Cyphers, Peach Lover, Merry Christmas to ya, Isla Cruz, Nabu, Avenue Philanthropist, SRN, 039520, Durzak, Migashu, and everybody else. Any channel point incentives in this one? I don't think so. But were I to play more of this, I'm sure I could come up with a few. So Griftlands is a game we've played a little bit on stream before. Like 4 months ago? Something like that? I don't know. The audience for the channel has grown quite significantly since then, so I have to imagine that quite a few of you have never seen this game before. Plus it was like, I played it just like a couple days. So I have to imagine there's a baseline level of unfamiliarity there. Which is cool, because a lot of what we're going to be looking at today, I haven't seen either. Since we last looked at Griftlands, they added an entire new playable character. And that's what we're going to be jumping into. Rook, apparently the name of the character. Positive your ISP's throttling Twitch at certain times of the day. It might be. Unfortunately. I'm very relieved to have, we're at about the 1 month mark, which it feels like it's been so much longer, but we're at the approximately 1 month mark for how long it's been since the last time the internet completely crapped out the stream. And that's a good feeling, truthfully. I'm glad I didn't have to end up moving to fix that one. So, Griftlands is a roguelike, kind of similar to Slay the Spire in a lot of ways. Especially in the deck building mechanic. You start as a character who has a starting deck of cards, and progress through a series of combats. After each combat, you get to choose one of 3 cards to add to the deck. It's very, very, like, some of the baseline mechanics there are similar, if not identical. Which are not mechanics, by the way, that Spire invented, to be clear. So they're kind of borrowing from the same genre, rather than one directly inspiring the other. But can you dig? I think there might be something kind of like that, actually. There's definitely some of the items you can find in this game are definitely references to or inspirations from Spire fairly directly. And those are pretty enjoyable from what I've seen so far. The ways that this game borrows from Spire, it does do so in a good and effective manner, I think. But I think one of the easiest ways to explain exactly what Griftlands is to show it. So let's jump right on into a run. Mango is bodybuilder favorite. Mango gives you a lot of body to have. A lot of max hit points. The more fruit you eat, the more face you have. Salik Derek. Oh no, that's the starting character. So Rook, a bog job. An aging spire tries for one last big score or retirement. So I think this interface is a little bit new. We're allowed to look at our starting decks. As before, there's definitely some legibility problems with with how big the cards are on screen. In fact, I'm struggling to read that right now. Call it Gamble Sticky. Is there a way to increase the font size, actually? What options do you have? So we got the streaming load. That's right, I wanted to move the camera too. Get in the streaming zone. They've got a one of the coolest things this game has is a designated streaming zone for your face cam to go. Which I think is super cool. By scaling normal. Big. Perfect. I'm gonna turn the UI embiggening on here, and hopefully that'll increase the card size on the screen. It's a little bit better. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Not as big as I wanted them, but definitely bigger. Alright, so I think it's a little easier to look at once we're actually in game, but here's the starting decks. Kind of gives you a preview of whoa, that wasn't kicking in properly yet. Okay. In fact, that's definitely glitching out a little bit. I think that's not how the interface is supposed to work at all. In fact, but you're making a good try of it, Griftlands. Anyway, I like that. The super giant version of the card is great. Thank you for that. Alright, let's actually jump into a run and see.
You bear the brunt of the world when you wear a soldier's uniform. So you turned yours in and left the Admiralty. But even out of uniform, your name still carries the weight of your medals. Captain Rook, the veteran, the hero, the saboteur, the spy.
Saboteur and spy.
These days you freelance, and you're on your way to a job in Grout Bog, where the Spark Barons plumb the ruins looking for forgotten treasures. The bugs there are hard to spot, but they bleed you dry if you let them. Seems like you'll fit in just fine.
The land around Grout Bog squelches with mug, hungry for legs as well as boots. Oh, does this have a completely different overworld? There's nothing recognizable here. In fact. This is from the start, a fresh save file. This is the... Yeah, like this will be the new player experience. Jumping into your first ever run with this character, I think. Griftlands is a really interesting roguelike. Or roguelite, I guess is the more correct term there. In that it presents a lot more like almost an RPG of sorts. There are a whole host of NPC characters that you'll interact with using dialogue trees. There are like character developments, plot points, and the events might play out slightly differently depending on the choices you make each run, but the overarching story is pretty constant. The only road leads to a gate, flanked by armed security. A Spark Baron steps out into the path as you approach. So the game helps you a little bit in understanding it by providing these like almost like wiki link keywords in the dialogue. So when it uses a term that the player might not know, you can mouse over it and get a bit of an explanation. Spark Barons are a technocratic faction who retrofit new technology from ancient ruins, much to the cult's displeasure. Stop right there. The bog is closed, especially to grifters like you. Unless you pay the processing fee, then maybe I could see to considering your petition for entry. So we're immediately given a choice here. We can either pay this person's bribe, which costs 20 of our money. So looking at our resources here up the top, we've got shills, which are essentially gold. It works a lot like gold in Spire, in that one of the important things you can buy with it is card removal. Hey, oh boy, Batman, you're watching The Witcher, you're gonna watch more. I'll take that as a compliment. I've been meaning to watch that myself. Rogue Heavy, Roguelite, Roguey Roguro. Yes, that's an accurate description of the of the game. There's a heck of a lot of dialogue in this game, and it feels like the sort of thing you'll end up skipping over tremendously in subsequent playthroughs. But for stuff I've never seen before, and it looks like that's going to be all of the dialogue we're encountering with this character, I'm just going to read all of it, because I don't know what's worth seeing and what's worth skipping, so we'll digest all of it together. Our other choice here is to try to convince our opponent, or I guess, yeah, our opponent is how I'm going to describe this passerby. I wasn't even done explaining the resources. So we have two different health bars in Griftlands, which represent your two different decks. The whole gimmick of this game that I think makes it really, really fascinating is that it's a bit of a slower paced deck builder compared to Slay the Spire. Run of this so far, like on the low end, if you're speeding through it, will take about 2 hours, and if you stop to read all the dialogue, like we're going to today, a run through of Griftlands can go into like the 4 to 8 hour range. So it is definitely a slower pace. But it helps keep it fresh by having you try to maintain two decks at the same time. As we're moving through this game, I'd ask chat to keep it to primarily positive reactions and responses. There's certainly a room for criticism, especially done constructively, but comments simply... Oh, you're talking about the Witcher game. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay. I was, alright. I got you on that. Yeah, that one's a fair one, I'll say. I played the first Witcher game, and it did not make me want to play the second game. That said, Witcher 3 is one of the best games I've ever played. But if you're talking about Witcher 1 or 2, probably. But I gotcha. I wasn't completely in on the context of the conversation in chat, so apologies for the misunderstanding. Anyway, let's jump into a social combat here. It's almost always beneficial, as far as I can tell, in this game to take a combat encounter when you're offered them, because the rewards for doing them are so good. Forgive me for being skeptical of this fee. In fact, I want to speak to your supervisor. Oh, also, the dialogue in this game is hilarious, and so I'm looking forward to reading it. Yeah, wasn't it Griftlands actually where the one of the dialogue lines for starting a fight is you have terrible customer service skills? I'm pretty sure that was a lead into one of the fights last time. Okay, so we even get a tutorial for this character. Would I like to see a quick tutorial? Sure, actually, that would be a nice refresher, truthfully.
During negotiations, Rook is able to gamble by flipping his lucky coin. Whether it comes up heads or snails, different actions will occur, and cards can have different effects depending upon the current state of the coin.
Interesting. Okay. So this character specifically has a brand new mechanic, Lucky Coin. Okay.
At certain points in his story, Rook will have the opportunity to trade his coin for others with different special effects. Try to find a coin that works well with the deck that you are building on a particular run.
That's kind of cool, actually. Okay, so this is the combat screen for negotiation dialogues. I'm actually going to turn down the music just a little bit. Get about 80. So, in negotiation combats in Griftlands, you and your opponent have the physical combats play out similarly to Slay the Spire, where there's a number of different entities, and each creature has its own hit points and can be targeted separately. In negotiation combats, it's a little bit more abstract, like a board game. Each combatant has their core argument, which represents their base health. And if the core argument has its resolve value, that's how much health it has. If the resolve of the core argument is reduced all the way to 0, then the argument is 1. In addition to the core argument, each combatant can have sub-arguments that provide special effects and can be targeted independently. Much like in Spire, you are told of your enemy's intent, what they're going to do on their turn, and opponents can do multiple things on their turn. In the social combats, these are represented by these icons moving around in a circle here. These two things that are hovering around in the middle are what our opponent is going to do on their turn. So they're going to cause 4 resolve damage, so they're going to attack us for 4 damage, and they're going to deploy an argument, the type of which is not told to us. So that means that if we want to... Oh, geez. Okay, maybe we don't need the embiggened cards. That is huge. That's probably not necessary. Okay, yeah, that's a little better. These are more normally sized cards than the mini ones. Let's see. Do we have any block cards at all? I don't think we do. So, similarly to Spire, we draw a hand of 5 cards every turn. We have 3 energy available each turn to spend on the cost of the cards, so that's the number in the upper left here. And then any cards we don't play, I believe, do get discarded. And we draw 5 again next turn. So the base card drawing mechanisms are identical to Spire. So, both our green and our red cards here are attacks. The damage they deal is listed at the top of the card next to the costs. So we've got Pleasantries dealing 1 to 3 damage and 2 Grumbles dealing between 2 and 4. We have, let's see, call it. Flip your spare coin, apply 1 composure to a random argument, or tails, deal 1 damage to a random target. So this... We don't know the current state of our coin? Oh yes we do. Okay, so the coin is our core argument. So it is currently showing the snail's side, looks like. Whenever this coin is flipped, it does something. So there is value to flipping the coin already. And then we can improvise a card with this one. So my first concern is usually blocking, I think. So let's look for block here. Draw a card, discard a card, and expend, which is basically exhaust for Slay the Spire. Gain 1 extra energy next turn, expend, so outmaneuver, kind of. Or you can choose to rig your coin. Guarantees the result of your next gamble. Only one outcome can be rigged at a time. Interesting. Take the draw 1, discard. The rotating icons on the gentleman we've got a deck building dispute with are their intents. Their attack intent for 4 and their intent to deploy an argument. So what the inner circle will always be what our opponent is going to do next turn, and the outer circle is what they are currently doing. Okay, did not find any block. That's fine. Taking damage is relatively common in so we want our coin to be on snails, right? So that's what it's currently on. This can go easy. Or this can go hard. And then we want to call it in the air, which does 1 extra damage. If we... Yeah, it's either 1 damage or 1 block randomly when we flip the coin. Cool. I'm out of energy, so I can't play this. We end the turn. They stole our card with their arguments. So, the outer circle with 2 new icons on it has 2 new effects that are applied to our opponent. All business. They gain 1 composure for each card each hostile card. Those are the red cards. So every time we draw a red card, they gain 1 block. And appropriate it. All attacks deal 1 more damage. If this argument is dismissed, return Rumble to my hand. When it says all attacks, you mean all attacks? All their attacks. So whenever I attack my opponent, I now have the choice of targeting each of these 3. The arguments they've deployed have their own health bars. This one has 1 hit point, this one has 2 hit points, and it takes that much damage to dismiss their argument. So essentially I'm given the choice between dealing damage directly to the opponent's health bar or using it to destroy their buffs. I think we want to try flipping the coin here. So we get a bonus if we're on the other side of the coin for this card. Cool. And that does a damage to a random opponent, so we also hit that for 1. Any excess damage, like if we do 1 to 3, any excess damage goes to the core argument. I want to get rid of this argument so they don't do as much damage to me. So we'll dismiss that. And Grumble goes back to my hand, too, so I can now attack them. I think I want to do. And then we'll give ourselves 2 block. Block is also put directly onto an argument, so if we have our own arguments that are being maintained, we have to block for them independently. Card stolen. Okay, so my pleasantries was stolen. Not my pleasantries. As a general rule, especially in these diplomatic fights, the longer the fight goes on, the more complicated and horrifying your opponent's intents become. So you're heavily incentivized to end the negotiation quickly. Have my own argument up? Straw man. They've set up a straw man argument. When dismissed, they lose half the resolve. Oh, it's a bounty. Oh yeah, bounties can also appear, which are just like targets you can go after to get an additional bonus. These can include things like optional targets to get more money out of the encounter. Okay, so we've got 2 call-its, so I can do a fair amount of damage here. Not enough to completely avoid. So what is this? When this argument is dismissed, gain 3 vulnerability. Oh no, I don't want to be vulnerable. So we'd have to block on that to avoid it from being dismissed. But I don't have any blocks, so not going to happen. Alright, in that case, let us dismiss that argument. Should reduce the incoming damage values, yeah. So I'm not taking nearly as much. Let me try calling it. I get the other side, please? Have I just always flipped snails every time? Or am I doing this wrong? I'm actually not sure. Keep stealing our card. We now have 2 sacks of vulnerable, so we're taking additional damage, but I should be able to just end the fight here. Let's see, if we take this out, pleasantries will come back. And like I said, the etc. damage will take this out, so we have to do 7. And I have 2 to 4 times 2 plus 1 to 3 plus... oh, plus nothing. Okay, so I have to get a good roll for this to actually KO. Let's see if this works. Hey, we did get a good roll. Negotiation successful. We have to choose one of 3 negotiation cards to add to the starting deck. Something that I completely forgot about in that fight we were just in, by the way. Every time we play a card, that card gains experience, which is used to level up the card. So upgrading cards in Griftlands is done by playing the card repeatedly, rather than by investing any sort of resource, which is one of the reasons that taking optional fights is so beneficial to you. It gets your cards upgraded faster. So every card under the name of it, you'll see bars light up. That's how many times you have to play it before it upgrades. So we're 3 out of 6 to upgrading Grumble because we played it 3 times. But that does give you a reason to play worse cards, like play cards in your hand that aren't actually helping you through the fight, just to get them upgraded so that they're better later. Alright, let's pick a card here. Dead Draw. 2 cost, draw 2 cards, then gamble. And if you get a heads on the coin flip, those cards cost 1 less until played. Okay, I like this character's mechanics already. We saw earlier that there were ways to rig your gambles, so there's ways to make that a guarantee instead of a 50-50. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So this is an attack. It does 2 to 4 a gamble. If snails discard a card. Discarding could be good or bad, depending on the combat situation. There's definitely discard synergies, I'm sure. And then raise. Do 1 to 4 damage. Prepared. A card is prepared if it's the leftmost card in your hand. If this card is the leftmost card in your hand, gain 1 influence. I like that. I like that as card design. And the influence that we gain is a thing that causes our diplomacy cards, green cards, to do maximum damage in negotiations. You also always have the option to skip a card in Griftlands and take 10 shills instead of the card, so you kind of got like a singing bowl going at all times. I think this praise is pretty cool, and I just like the way that I like the kind of gameplay that is going to lead to already, so I'm going to pick that one. Well, do you want to get your superiors involved? Heh, it just doubled the fee. But fine, Grifter, have it your way. You better have some work papers. Else the only thing I'm authorized to give you is a kick in the ass. So I can ask about some stuff. Let's ask about some stuff. Been on the road a long time. Let me rest these old bones a minute while I get my bearings, 5 minutes. We have a strict no loitering policy. Can ask about Groutbog, the Gate, the Spark Barons, the laborers. Tell me about Groutbog. As I recall, Groutbog was once a prospector's dream. This seems very bureaucratic. You kidding? It's been under Spark Baron regulation for a good 20 years at least. Little piece of paradise away from the Admiralty and the cult. We met the Admiralty as... Oh, what's the other character's name? It's escaping me now. But they're a big fighting force. Sal, that's right. Sal. They had sticks up their butts for the most part. But they were fun to you can either ally with or against them. So we ended up fighting them quite a bit. Paradise for whom? Well, the barons, of course. Not so much the contracted labor. They have to dig up the tech, and the bog isn't a forgiving place. Between the pitfalls and the grockets. A deadly bog beast, known for its uncanny camouflage, oh dear. Most don't make it to the end of their terms. Sounds unpleasant. Road out of here is right behind you, Grifter, no kidding. Tell me about this gate. This gate to keep unlicensed rogues from plundering the dig sites? True. Not that many would have the guts to try. The digs are for old tech, from the Vagrant Age. Ancient age during which the planet was colonized by spacefarers. Half of it explodes the seconds it oxidizes. Only barons get the know-how to dig it up safely. And to weaponize it. Gotta profit somehow, right? The gates are mostly to keep the laborers in. That is slightly worrying, okay. Ah, those kind of gates. So the Spark Barons, then, don't seem like the charitable kind. Assume the Spark Barons are the law of the land, then. They're the one who pay everybody's bills, aren't they? Groutbog's operations manager is a former Admiralty officer, even, so he knows a thing or two about authority, and based on our interactions with them before, probably about the abuse thereof, too. That would be Lelin Felemo, yes? The Kradeshi. Amphibious species. Large metrolittle. Probably recognize the race when we encounter it. You've heard of him? He and I are old friends, actually, though we were 20 years younger when our friendship took root. Time will tell how well it's weathered. Alright. How are the... I think we get an idea of how the laborers are faring. Not too poorly here. Here's the papers. No need for hostilities, friend. I'm here by invitation. See for yourself. You pull a signed work visa from an oilskin wallet. Oilskin? Oilskin. Looks legit. Who exactly are you meant to report to? I can tell her that I'm here to work security, which will give me the card Blacklist. Negotiation card. Or if I'm here to dig, I will receive Shovel. I mean... obviously, I'm here to dig. Foreman in the workers' camp. Someone named Prindo Kalandra, I believe. Kalandra? Lucky break. She won't work you to death, that's for sure. I think she's too soft on the workers for not working them to death. Alright. Don't believe I did ask you. Which was rude of you. Yeah, I like this. I like the dialogue of this game. We have gained the shovel. Still gotta search it. You got anything to declare? I have the shovel. Rummage through your backpack, showing Delano the contents. You've got one thing worth declaring. This is our starting bonus. I like the way that that's phrased. Do you have anything to declare at customs? Yeah. We declare one of these 3 starting bonuses. So we can either upgrade one of our battle cards, increase our maximum health by 8, and our max resolve by 2. So that goes from 48 to 56. That's a huge increase in max health. And resolve is our health for negotiations, so +2 to max resolve would be good as well. Or we can get 2 item cards. Healing Vapors. Item cards are really nice. They're like... They're kind of like potions or expendable items in other RPGs. Temporary cards that go in your deck and are permanently removed when you use them. And these cards almost always have the replenish keyword, which means that when you draw the item card, you draw another card. So they don't take up space in your deck, effectively, like a curse or a status card does. They really are just a free bonus that you can optionally use when you want to. And this gives you Regeneration 6, working like Spire Regeneration. I think I would take the Compression Gear over the Healing Vapors. I'm liking the max health upgrade quite a bit, actually. Let's do that. Calandra. What am I here to do? What is my character's goal? I don't actually know why I'm here. Let's ask about Calandra. Say, oh yeah, that's the person we're working for. You say Calandra is easy to work for. Should I be pleased? Depends on how honest you are. And what does that foreboding little statement mean, exactly? I don't know about nothing, but I've heard rumors that Calandra might actually be one of them. The Rise. Loose group of union organizers and freedom fighters campaigning for workers' rights. She might be one of the softies, then. Saying so to the wrong person could get her killed, though, and I don't know for sure. Okay, what does this have to do with me? Like I said, depends. Maybe nothing. Maybe she's just shaft and you get a nice cushy bog job for all that's worth. Or maybe you fall in the wrong crowd and it's your neck on the block. When Falemo finally puts a stop to it. And if that fate sounds unappetizing, you could always talk to the Spark Barons. There's a job that needs doing, they'd know. So immediately we're getting, as as jobs often go, we're immediately pulled into some shit that's bigger than ourselves. And we're being given the choice. Either you help us expose your boss for being a union organizer, or, you know, something bad might happen to you, is the statement that's just been given to us. So it sounds like we've got a choice to make here. What more can you tell me about my boss? No, that's the same dialogue, sorry. So I'm free to go? Thank you, officer. It's been a pleasure. And I slide backwards off frame. I love it. Go through the gates, but we feel like Delano will miss us when we're gone. Aw, they like us. Okay. So this is the kind of like world map, essentially, of Griftlands here. We'll find ourselves on this screen many a time, usually with only a couple of choices to make. There's usually not too many locations active on here at the same time. It's like we have a choice between the Baron Regional Headquarters for a quest called Stepping in It, check in with our old friend Falemo to work for the Spark Barons, or go talk to Calandra. Okay, so we're being asked to immediately contact one of these people, either Falemo or Calandra, work for the Spark Barons, or Actually, we might not actually be being asked to pick a side here. Let's talk to the Spark Barons first. Get a random encounter of some sort along the way. We're stopped by a Baron patrol. Hey. What are you doing in the bog? Probably working with the Rise, I bet. This guy just like... Guy just started accusing us of being a Union sympathizer. This is quite the dispute we've got going on here in this world. Or maybe you're just a grifter who's up to no good. Which, that is what we are, I think. Either way, they bring you in. My quota is filled for the week. We bribe them, convince them to leave us alone, or we fight them. Those are the three choices. I tend to like the negotiation combat more. I think it's, let's show off the actual combat. We're up against one 2-star opponent. Looks like a fairly easy fight to win 1v1. So, I'll resist arrest. I have more important things to do than be shaken down by the likes of you. So, yeah, show me the tutorial for this character's battles, please.
Rook fights with a pair of aerostat pistols. The state of these weapons is reflected by his charge meter.
Charges, okay.
Rook gains 1 charge at the start of every turn. Charges are consumed by some attacks and skills, while empty cells provide defense. Certain cards have enhanced effects when the charge meter is fully charged or when it is empty.
Every empty cell gives us +1 block every turn. Interesting.
Gaining charge while fully charged will produce overcharge. Each overcharge increases the max damage of all cards by 1. Overcharge is reduced by half at the end of every turn.
Okay, so there's an incentive to go high on charge as well. Cool. Sounds like there's a lot of flexibility there. In what state is this game right now? This is currently in... I should have talked about this earlier. This game is in early access. I think they're on month 8 or so. Thereabouts. They signed a 1-year exclusivity deal. You can get this currently on the Epic Games Store. But it should be coming to Steam in about 4 months when that 1-year period ends. And I'll definitely be revisiting it for the Steam release and letting everybody know. So this is in a very early state of development currently. But it shows a lot of promise so far. Everything that we're checking out right now today, like everything about this character, all of the plot, all the dialogue that I'm reading through in full, it's completely brand new, as far as I can tell. Currently it's going to be on PC with OS X and Linux support. That's pretty standard for Steam, so you'll be able to get it on Steam within 1 year from now. And then I have no idea if the devs plan on porting to any other consoles. This is made by the same developers that did Don't Starve, as well as a few other games, Clay Games. So they have a pretty good track record. And are a fairly successful studio, which shows in the product that we see. Like, there's been some weird interface glitches that we've encountered, and we will continue to encounter glitches here or there. And I expect that the balance state of the game is probably not that polished yet, but the content itself is really cool to explore. So we start with 1 out of 4 charges. So that means we gain 3 block automatically. So we got us on the left, our opponent on the right. The number above our head is our opponent's intent. They're going to smack us for 6 damage. So... Crank. Gain 2 charge and 2 defense, so that doesn't actually block, but Hunker Down does. That's funny. 2 charge and 2 defense. We've got Blast doing 2 to 4, and of course the Shovel. Deals bonus damage per empty shell. Gain 2 defense per charge. And then it exhausts. Wow, the Shovel is strong. That's a sweet card, actually. Hit him with the Shovel. So we have 2 defense. Looks like we're going to gain, at the end of your turn, gain 1 defend per empty cell. Just Hunker Down. Shoot him. Give us the smackins. Got Kick. 2 cost, 8 damage. 8 is a lot of damage. Spend a charge to deal 2 bonus damage on a hair trigger. And it does 4 to 5 normally. So I think I'm given the prompt to spend charge. No, it does so automatically. Okay, fair enough. Either full block or kick him, and then take 3. Let's kick him and take 3. Ammo Pouch. Improvise a card from a pool of special effects. And they're smacking us for 5. This is a very, like, I'm usually, at least on Sal, I was a little bit afraid of the first combat you get into in each run, because it's usually fairly difficult. This is an exceptionally easy opponent. And oftentimes you're looking at something a lot more dangerous. Let's see what we can improvise here. 0 cost, draw 2, apply 2 mark. When you attack this target, gain 1 charge and reduce the mark. Or gain 1 overcharge and expends. The draw 2. That's right, we gain passively 1 charge per turn as well. It does behoove me, by the way. It applies status effect. It does behoove me to kind of stall a little bit in each combat to gain card XP. Like I said, the number of cards we play is important because it affects how much XP we get. You're not incentivized to stall forever, however. I think after turn 6 of combat, you stop gaining XP on your cards. So there's never any reason to hang out longer than that. But it does mean that I want to, like, play a block card when my opponent is not attacking me in order to level up the block card more. Alright, he gives himself 2 power, so he gained 2 strength. Fully block, though. With the damage number that we're going to be dealt is the number above our head. And there's the fatigue status. Cards no longer gain XP for this battle. So we've reached the point at which it only we've reached the point at which we want to just end the combat encounter now. There we go. Let's see, our opponent. Human opponents will panic after they take a certain amount of damage. At which point they'll surrender, and you can choose to accept their surrender or to kill them. If you do too much damage, then you might kill them accidentally. As a general rule in this game, you don't want to go around murdering people needlessly. Everyone you murder will cause somebody else to hate you, and you get penalties when people hate you. Which is kind of like the person, whoever this guy's friends with, will no longer like us, and that comes with an immediate in-game downside. So we'll accept his surrender. When you win a combat, you get some of your negotiation health back as well, and we're able to pick one of 3 combat cards here. Are there advantages to killing? I am not that I can tell. I think you'll basically get everything that you would have gotten for winning anyway. Oh, but as the Anhasp correctly points out, yeah, if you kill someone, then their character cannot appear later, and that can be quite relevant. We can remove cards from the deck in a couple of ways. One of the ways that you can do it with certain merchants, much like in Slay the Spire. But when your starter cards upgrade, sometimes they get one of 2 random upgrades, and you can choose which one you take. One of the upgrades to your starter cards destroys them permanently. I thought is really cool. So, Lucky Shot. Spend a charge to deal 2 bonus damage per empty cell. Okay, so if we have exactly 1 charge, this card does a lot of damage. Burner. 3 burn. Start of the turn, take damage equal to the count of burn, and then deal half as much to all allies. Remove all burn. So burn does area of effect damage. And Searing Bullet. Spend up to 3 overcharge. Apply wound per overcharge spent. Wound is, like, vulnerable. Attacks do bonus damage to this target. Yeah, if you want to play this game right now, you do have the ability to do so. It's, I think, $15 on the Epic Games Store in its current state. Let's take the AoE card. Take a burner here. You're choosing to start fights and people are noticing. We get the Aggressive Negotiation card. So sometimes actions you take out in the game world have an impact on your character's combat because of the social implications or effects. If I were the Rise, I would have killed you. Don't cross me again. Yes, sir. And he limps away. Cool. Well, we got combat XP for that. And we didn't lose money to that nerd. So I'd say we came out ahead. Heavily armed guard bars our way. Halt. Sees the shovel we took at the gate. This is an administrative zone. No workers allowed. We can convince him to let us through, or leave without complaint. Like I said, it's usually beneficial to pick fights. Plus, I think the negotiation combat is the reason I play this. Truthfully, it's really cool. Let's do it. I want to get a negotiation card. So, much like the last guy, he's going to do 4 damage and deploy an argument. We're going to... So our coin started on heads here, so this does max damage. Good. And do your turn, incept 1 apprehensive and destroy this card. Okay, so this is our curse that we got for being aggressive. So that's going to give our opponent a bonus argument. Oh yeah, Call It has retain on it too, so we don't always want to play these. Okay, so let's just have a pleasant conversation with our opponent. Wait, you stole that out of my hand? Rude. Super rude. So apprehensive gives them 2 block on a random argument. That's what at the end of each turn. So they got a little bit of italicized going on. Which is the argument I want to take out, fortunately. that'll return Call It to our hands. This one gives them composure for hostile cards we draw. Take this out. These are sticky, so we will keep them in my hands. Okay, they're getting blocked like crazy for us drawing our damage cards here. Giving us a straw man argument again. It's getting slightly awkward. Want to be dismissing this bonus damage argument that they keep coming up with. And that lets me do another 3, which would let me take out Apprehensive if I wanted to. I think we just do direct attacks on their core argument, though. And I don't want to gain vulnerable, so I can block for the straw man. Actually, we could do that randomly, right? Cool. Randomly blocked that. Means I can block on this now. Look, I know it's a facetious argument, but I'm going to defend the straw man argument anyway, because I want to win the argument. It's okay if it's facetious. I love it anyway. Block. Had a bit of a hard time here. So our opponent is generating a fair amount of block. Keep stealing my cards. I don't like it. I do not like it. Played Trickery here, but mostly regretted this card so far. Yeah, set. So we can rig our next coin flip. Okay, that gives us one block. The extra damage does hit our resolve there. And we're now vulnerable. Hopefully we can just finish off the fight here, though. Yes, I can. Cool. We're still gaining XP, but it's gonna take 2 plays to kill this, so yeah. Right. Anyway, it was optimal to play one more card before I went for the kill, but I managed to fake out my own brain there. Got me. Let's pick a negotiation card. So these are all aggression cards, all 3 red, which are kind of like the diplomacy equivalent of attacks, but not quite. If this card is the leftmost card in our hand, this does 3 additional damage and draws a card. That's kind of cool. Foulmouth. And it just seems bad. 2 to 4 damage for 1 and discard a card. Like compared to Grunt, it's hard to imagine why. I guess what we're missing is where discard a card is a good thing. Or reckless insults, spend all dominance. Which is not a resource we have access to yet. Gamble and deal 2 damage to a random enemy for every dominance spent. Okay, yeah, so it's like a... It's a resource dump for the dominance thing, but we don't have any way to gain dominance yet. Sticky cards sit on the left. Oh, right! And just being able to discard cards in general allows us to set up prepared cards better. So there's an immediate synergy between discard and prepared. Oh, of course. Well, I think we want the prepared first. But I'm sure I'll want discard soon. Alright, you can talk to Falemo. Don't try nothing. They step aside. So here's this character. We can actually, like, step up to them and, like, offer to buy them drinks or something now. Kind of odd. But Falemo's the fellow we're here to see. Falemo is easy to recognize even though the years have been a little too kind to him. Spot him lapping at a drink like a contented salamander. I see you've gone up in the world since discharging, eh, rookie? Rook, you old scoundrel, you finally made it. Figured you'd be able to move faster than that, even with that bum leg of yours. Docktown's a long way from here, Falemo. And that's Captain Rook to you, even if we're both retired. So I take it we're ex-military then. I'll call your Royal Highness if you can get the job done. Enough fiddle-faddle. Let's get you to work, so you can see what I'm up against. So we can work for Falemo, or ask him about stuff. You may note that I have not actually agreed to your job. You hardly provide much information. A slapdash cipher that any fool could decode. I don't have the time for codes anymore, Captain. I've gone further than the Admiralty could ever take either of us. Okay, so we're both ex-Admiralty. I think we were told that before, but it's nice to have reminders. Tell me about what I'm trying... What do you want me to do? If it's to act as a liaison with the Admiralty, I'm afraid I was dishonorably discharged. Oh, I heard. The whole unit did. You familiar with a little movement called The Rise? We have just been accused of working for them by a mugger, yes. It's migrated. Some of the contractors have cottoned onto that scheme. I want this handled in a way that doesn't leave an indiscriminate body count. Please describe indiscriminate. Use your judgment. Someone needs to be put down, so be it. But we can't make a profit without any laborers to do the work. Try not to turn it into a massacre. You know, last time I heard from you was... the Renoita raids. Probably 15 years ago. At the time, they told us you were killed in action. We all knew better. Should hope so. When did you hear otherwise? After I joined the Barons. One of the Rents mentioned they knew you. Rentorians, okay. Well, I knew your cover. I'd have recognized it anywhere. Said to my superiors, you know, you want someone who can cut to the quick. We should recruit Rook. And that went over how? Unfortunately, it's far easier to need a spy than it is to trust one. But the times have changed. You're being given a chance. Okay, so what power do I have under this task? I beg your pardon, Captain. You'll have as much authority as I see fit to lend to you. For the moment, that's just about none. Nothing personal. I still respect you tremendously, Captain. Well, you were never one to pass up an opportunity. It's exactly right, Rook. Honored you to remember. Alright, so what is the problem with the Rise? You're making less money? How dangerous are they? Yeah, we're making less money! But the real threat to you is the bog itself. I've had hostile terrain training. How could a bog be a problem? Yeah, you were the best, right? But with that leg of yours, probably not anymore. Beasts and poisonous fish. Sorry, beasts and poisons prey on flesh. I don't know where I got poisonous fish in there. Contaminants prey on metal. There's not a part of that. There's not a part of you that won't find something in the bog unpleasant. And the Rise will use that against you, for certain, if you fail to be subtle. Not getting cold feet, are you? Just being thorough. Alright. We want to help this guy make money, or do we work for the laborers, who are most assuredly being treated terribly by this dude and everybody above them? Oh, actually, yeah, it is too late to back out, right? My options are ask about or work for. Well, I guess we're working for. Wouldn't have called me out. Wouldn't have called me out here. All right, I'm done for it. Make me some. Let's make some goddamn money. You wouldn't have called me out here if it weren't for something interesting. I'll take the job. Excellent. If there's anyone who can get the bottom of this, gotta be you. Got a couple things that need doing, so we're offered all play another choice of quest here. 1-star combat focused quest, giving us 70 shills and healing us when we're done. Don't make moral choices, only fiscal ones. Exactly. It's all about which of these choices gives us the highest chance to kill the heart. Inspire. That is the question. Or another combat-focused quest, Wild Pack of Barren Dogs, which gives us 70 shills and a healing vapors. So these are very, very similar. In which case, I'm going to choose this based entirely on... Oh, actually, we're a little bit... There's an actual description, too. Chake has been shirking his duties, and Philemo wants us to beat him up to set an example for the others. So we're being asked to shake down... In case it wasn't clear how reputable our current employer is, the first task we're given is to go shake down a worker for not working hard enough. Or a pack of auto dogs has malfunctioned and is terrorizing the bog, which sounds more like a that sounds more like an appropriate low-level character quest. Certainly a lot more palatable. But pretty funny. This is more likely to lead to more interesting dialogues. Let's beat this dude up. My people tell me that Jake, a laborer, has been shirking responsibility. He's been given demerits, but it's clear he's angling for us to cancel his contract. I've seen this voluntary termination technique before. It can't be permitted. So he's trying to get fired, and apparently we're going to respond to this by beating him up. Seems like the simplest solution is to just give him what he wants, no? Rather naive of you, Rook. This is clearly a ploy by the Rise, testing our authority. So what I'd like you to do is remind Chake of his place. Contracts are meant to be kept. See to it that he gets a punishment he can't ignore. Alright. You know, this Chake might surprise you with his resilience. Well, certainly. If I thought this would put Chake out of commission, then I'd simply tell you to kill him. Your hand was always well weighted, though, and I think you'll see this through. My sources tell me you can expect to find him drinking. Typical. No more futzing about. Have at it, Captain. We did go 0 to evil real quick. We're just like... It's very clear that our character is a man for hire. I do like the character of moral ambiguity that gets played. Sal was a good portrayal of that as well. Where she's... can be played either with a compassionate style, or as someone who's very much out to do whatever needs to be done and kill whoever needs to be killed in order to get done what she needs to. Which, truthfully, that puts these characters a step above what's depicted in Slay the Spire. The Ironclad has never even stopped to think about whether he should kill that jawworm. He just does. You know? Alright, here's Jake. The laborer rubs his elbows like it's been 10 years since they ran out of grease. Human looks you up and down in suspicion. I hear you've been shirking your responsibilities, laborer. You a bounty hunter or something? I ain't no truant. I still show up to every shift. Besides, the barons don't like the work I put in, they can just fire me. The power they got in it. I gotta serve my contract with Hash and Highwater, but they can do what they want. We can either beat him up, which will cause 2 of his friends to join in. We have to beat up him and his 2 friends. Or we can try letting him off with a warning. This is an intimidation attempt. We're a little bit low on resolve, but so far our resolve combats have gone pretty well. Oh, I think Watcher would be the biggest lurker of all. She's here to evaluate. Evaluate the stream. Alright. Given that I don't want to get beat up by 3 laborers, and, you know, I don't we don't want to open today's stream with with violent worker intimidation. We will give him a warning that the powers that be have taken notice of him. I'm supposed to give you a motivational beating. If you act sufficiently scared, we can skip to just improving your work output, yes? Alright, so we're intimidating, so we get 3 intimidation cards that are added to the draw pile. And they'll give us additional targets to hit our opponent. Which is pretty nice. Let's improvise. I want to block a card. Apply 3 composure, perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Okay, this card will level up if I play it. Which I'm going to play it. Flip the coin. Trying to get the bonus for this one. Didn't get there, but did give me 1 more block. Hooray! Hooray. Have I visited this bar before? I don't think so. Oh, unplayable cards also make setup stuff tougher. What is... Suspicion. What is that face on that icon? I like it. Diplomacy cards deal 1 less damage. But hostility cards deal an additional +2 damage. Okay, so that's why these are doing so much. Works for me. Wait, that went down? Oh, because I flipped the coin. Whoops. Do you even know who I am? Okay, so we're doing only 2. Because he's suspicious. Kind of have to take out the suspicion argument. Can't really do any damage to the main one. Oh, that's right, we lose stacks of intimidation when we play a non-hostile card. You're right. That is what. So during an intimidation, we're dissuaded from using our more persuasive arguments. Not our more diplomatic arguments. There we go. I think I am still gonna do. I don't have any red cards in my hand. Some of the argument, bone tired. When destroyed, Chake loses resolve, so that's a bounty. Means we can do more damage. So I am going to almost guaranteed end the fight by playing Grumble on that card. But I will lose damage. If I play a non-red card here. It's okay, right? So that I can kill with this. So we got a third card play in there for more, a little bit more XP. So Grumble and Grumble both leveled up. That's Grumble and Grumble. Now that sounds like a law office that I'd like to have representing me. The law offices of Grumble and Grumble. So what do these upgrade to? Why not play Call It first? Ooh, that would have been even better. You're right, SMN. That would have been even better. I wasn't registering it as 0 cost, I think. So at the very, I think most cards have 2 different upgrade options. So you get to choose one of 2 different versions to upgrade to. For starter cards in particular, these ones are chosen at random from a larger pool of potential upgrades. So we can upgrade this card to Gamble before it does the bonus damage. Or we can upgrade it to draw a card. Visionary Grumble. Let's take the draw card version, I think. And this other one upgrades to either Speculative Grumble or Lucid Grumble. This is one of those upgrades I was talking about. Lucid Grumble does much more damage than regular Grumble, but then it says Destroy, which is 1 step above Exhaust. When you play a Destroy card, it is permanently removed from your deck. So this gives us an upgrade that will permanently take this card away. Most excellent. And then we get another Negotiation card. 3 Aggression ones. Bottom Snail. Discard this card, draw 1 card, and gain 2 Dominance. Oh, sorry. Discard this card, colon. If this card is discarded, draw 1 card and gain 2 Dominance. Is normally unplayable. So kind of like the Tactician line of stuff. Dig! This card costs 0. But only if snails. Or a Roughneck. Gamble. And you either remove or steal your opponent's composure, your opponent's block. Let's dig. Fact of the matter is, the Barons have been doing this for a long time. They'd rather cripple you than terminate your contract. Does that sound like an agreeable arrangement to you?
Capisce?
No? They'd really do that? I'm afraid so. Yikes. Okay, I get the picture. I'll work harder from now on. See to it that you do. So Chake dislikes us. We can view at times the people that dislike us. Guy dislikes us because we attacked him. This guy dislikes us because we attempted to intimidate them. Every person will give you a permanent boon if they end up loving you, or a permanent bane if they end up hating you. Usually they end up hating you when you kill their friends. Alright, let's report back that our... You can buy factional items here when you're on the clock at the provisions place, or we can... We don't have enough money. Let's turn in this quest and get some cash. Ah, you've returned. I spoke to the target then. Spoke to? You were supposed to punish, not coddle. Come, Falemo. You know how I work. If it gets the result you desire, I'd prefer if you didn't micromanage. The problem here is a failure to communicate. I wanted Jake terrified. Next time, remember the objective. Falemo dislikes us for how we handled that. We do get paid the advertised fee, though. And then we can either restore our health or resolve. We are basically at full health, so give me the 10 resolve back. Alright. Got another job for you. The rampaging pack of auto-dissolve. Minus 50% rewards because our person dislikes us. Okay, so we get half payment for the next job for how we handled this one. Didn't commit to the side we picked. Alright, I get the message. Scare off a Rise recruiter who's been sniffing around one of the work sites, or take out the dogs. It gives us brain gills. Next card played this turn gains 3 additional XP. So it helps us upgrade a card. Kinda cool. Or healing salve. If you kill somebody, they cannot still hate you after they're dead, I don't believe. So you do lift the curse of hatred by murdering them. Let's fight some dogs. They're auto dogs, so it's fine though. The executive keeps wondering when we'll come up with another automech, you know. Our most successful enterprise, and it was brought to us by a laborer. No small wonder. Labor without the labor disputes, as it were. Please. They're virtually useless without a hander. Brainless automatons. To keep the directors happy, we came up with the dogs, but they have the unfortunate habit of going feral. And wouldn't you guess the blasted things know the bog better than anyone living? We have reports there's a whole colony loose, preying on wayward laborers. Oh my god. This company is unspeakably evil. It's incredible. So we have to go clean up some of their rampaging robot dogs that they made, but I guess didn't test very well. And they're just like running around killing people. Sure. Well, I sure you know what I'm asking. Actually kill them. Can do. Oh. Let's see. We know the last place they made their presence felt among the laborers. Should be able to track the pack from there. Must have been violent if even you're using euphemisms, old chap. The less said about that, the better. Oh, but when you destroy the chassis, be sure to salvage the core. We can run a diagnostic, and likely as not, repair the model. I don't believe you for a second. Suppose you'll be wanting to requisition some supplies, too. Afraid that's not on the table. You're a contractor. Try the bartender over the last stand. It's an unsavory sort of place, and it'll serve unsavory sorts like you. Otherwise, I'm sure you'll find everything you need. You always were resourceful. Alright. Let's actually stop by here. Before I go to fight these dogs, I'm going to take a break and refill my water. Lots of talking means I need to drink lots.
Such a second.
You're Admiralty, yeah? Can read across your shoulders. I was. Once. Aerostat, if I had to guess. Either compliment him on his perception or tell him to piss off. You're good at looking at me. They can take our youth, but they can't take our cunning. They would if they could, I'm sure. Alright, well met. Enjoy your... You still have your squadron coin? I see it. You want me to show me yours and I'll show you mine, dude. Please don't take offense. I'm a collector, you see. I have several coins of my own if you're up for trade. Okay, now we're talking. Let me see what you got. Let me see what you got. Trade coins. Lead coin. Deals 2 damage to a random target. So this is an upgrade over the current coin. And so is the Marsh coin. Apply 2 composure to a random target. Deal 1 damage to a random target. Or Sifting coin. Apply 2 composure on heads, snails. Draw a card, discard a card. Neat. I like that one. I like that one a lot. Give me the Sifting coin. We trade our current coin for a Sifting coin. Yes. This one has a familiar weight. I'm sure to hold it again. For sure. Cool. So we have traded out our coin for a shinier, bigger... This is a common coin, apparently. Common lucky coin. There's just like tons of these. Neat. Refreshments and healing. Bar is well known in your network, a quiet speakeasy where folks like us can rest away from prying eyes. Clients keep their heads down even as we come in. They're curious enough to study our face, they're clever enough to hide it. Hey barkeep, my name is Rook and I'm simply parched. Barkeeper inspects you carefully, nods once, keeps the conversation nice and low. Word was I should expect you. I don't make a habit of helping out no more than I need to. You keep that in mind. Can I buy stuff? I ask about him. Where do you factor into this? This here's the only private business in the bog. Thank my grandfather for that. I keep secrets, and everybody knows better than to ask me not to. And if I need to favor you, or if I need you to favor me over your other clientele, feed me a little intel, maybe even about their own objectives. It's not a service I offer. Come now. I'd heard you were getting too old for this game. You want to stick your nose in other people's business? That's your blood in the pipe. I don't rat out my customers. Not to you, not to them. Be grateful. Fair enough, sir. If you're understanding our current role correctly, we're supposed to wreck the bar. Probably. Yeah, it's the only independent business, right? The last one. Thanks. Hold on. Got something for you. Well, digs around under the bar, producing a lined crate of unlicensed graphs. A gift, my fine friend, and we've only just met. You call in good favors. We're able to take a graft reward. Grafts are like relics. We have 3 slots for combat and 3 slots for negotiation. So we have a limit to how many of these we're allowed to have. Every time we gamble and get heads, draw a card? Oh man, that is very strong. Start of each negotiation, we choose our first 2 coin flips. Actually, no, sorry, rig 2 snails. So our first 2 coin flips will always be snails. And the experimental build graphs upgrade after a while. That's cool. Or at start of combat, gain 3 concentration, increasing the minimum damage of all attacks by 1. And that goes halved when we take unmitigated damage. I feel like Cranial Patch is ridiculously good.
Commander, the aliens are disturbing.
That's a powerful card draw relic. DDBMT7, thank you so much for the 5 months of Twitch Prime support. Heckin' appreciate that continued council funding. Hope you're enjoying the Griftlands content. So I think the Cranio patch is the best of these. And if I want to call in more favors, I got drinks and I got eats. You want anything other than that? You're gonna have to talk to the Jakes. The laborers. They have a shop set up on the edge of the bog. And the edge of the law, for that matter. But they're a cagey bunch, so you might have to prove yourself worthy of their business. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Alright, thank you. Appreciate the information. See you later. I am going to take this opportunity to take a break, refill my own water. I am thirsty. Okay, there's the market. We might go there. And when I return, we'll continue checking out this character's storyline in Griftlands. See you all in just a moment. Thanks in advance for the patience. Alrighty, everybody, we are back. Thank you for the patience. Let's fight some auto dogs. Actually, no. Let's go to the black market first. See what's there at least. Maybe there'll be something we want to buy. We approach the market, but an armed guard seeps out of the shadows to cut us off. Members only. Turn around now and go back the way we came. You can buy a membership for 100 shills, convince them to let us in, or try talking. Let us in, come on. Clandestine as you make it sound, this is a business, ultimately. Let me in. So, every time we roll heads, we... Oh! Interesting. So the coin that we have draws and discards a card on snails. And the graph that we just added draws a card when we flip heads. So we put ourselves into a situation where we will always draw a card when we gamble our coin. And there's a 50% chance that we'll discard it. Oh. Excuse me. Improvise here. Prepare a card. Choose a card in your hand and move it to the leftmost position. Hey, neat. Gain one bonus action next turn or rig. The bonus action next turn. I think. We'll hold on to this because it draws me a card. Crafty. So, their crafty argument makes their intent hidden, so I have no idea what they're doing until I dismiss this argument. You have to heal otherwise, Malkavian. Health does not restore after each combat. And that's true of both your resolve and your health. If your resolve reaches 0, you cannot start any negotiation combats. The negotiation... We tried to run with Sal a while ago, where we tried ignoring negotiation entirely, and you can win a run of Griftlands without ever using the resolve deck. But if your health runs out, you die. So combat is mandatory, negotiations are not, which I think is interesting. Discarding a card here. Discard that. Their intent was for 4 damage. I'd like to... I could end the fight actually right now, but then I'm not upgrading my cards. But I'm not necessarily wanting to do that. There we go, I'm getting 2 block. Buy 2 more block. Play this at least 1 time. Cool. If you die in negotiation, you do not die in real life. It's true. Okay, that's a lot of damage that you're going to do to me. I don't like that. 1 to 3 plus 2 to 4 might fail. Great. Lesson trees. You know, let's get Grunt upgraded. It's our better card. Alright, negotiation was a success. We will get in. We can also add another prepared if we want to. Or dogged. 2 cost, prepare a card. If this card was prepared, this card costs 0. Oh god. It has prepare and prepared on it both. Or helmet. While this is in your hand, apply 2 composure to a random argument whenever you prepare a card. Interesting. These all say the word prepare on them in some way. Let's try out Dogged. See if that works for me. My work takes me all over the continent, my friend, sometimes all the way to Rentoria. I'm a member worth having, with connections in every faction. You're a spy, then? Fine. Additional membership granted. You better have money. I'll swap as a vendor or the proprietor. Ah, you got past security, eh? They're cool with you? So am I. So, somebody asked how we remove cards. 50 shills lets us remove a battle or negotiation card. We can buy these cards. Cards in this game have rarities just like Slay the Spire. They're a little bit less visible. I think anything with a silver border is uncommon on the cost. This gold border on the cost on Backfire and Headbang indicate that they're rares. And I don't remember what commons look like off the top of my head. A Robo Kick. I like it. So 3 negotiation cards, 3 combat cards. Rare cards are fairly expensive. Seems like removal is pretty good here, though. This fellow also has stuff. Spark Baron selling grafts. Buy negotiation grafts, buy combat grafts, add more graft slots. This was not an option last time. Can drill you a new slot, but I'm not gonna lie, it'll hurt. Oh, it costs 15 hit points. Wow. Current, I think, not max. And 100 shills to gain a slot. Drill us a new slot. Yikes. Start of each combat, discard up to 2 cards and draw that many. So like a bag of gambling chip. Start of each turn, gain 1 charge. Oh, these upgrade too. There is indeed upgrade progress on relics in this game. Or in this version that I'm playing. Whenever you shuffle the deck, gain 1 power. Or I can buy Reflexor heads. Start of each negotiation, break 2 heads. Okay, we don't need any of that. Let's go for some card removals here. See, this blast card seems pretty mediocre. 1 cost 2 to 4 damage. I think I like Kick more than I like Blast. Yeah, I do. At their damage values. So yeah, let's remove a Blast. Remove a Blast. So removing a battle card increases in cost every subsequent time we do it. There's also a limit of how often we're allowed to. But we'll pay 50 shills for the negotiation removal as well, I think. I want to get rid of one of these pleasantries. Sure. Alright, to the dogs. Find signs of a recent struggle in the clearing. Bloody scraps of metal and clothing are strewn about, and the distinct odor of ozone hangs heavy in the air. Kicking over a particularly grisly piece of scrap when we realize that we are not alone. A Rise Rebel of Viren eyes us warily. What are you doing here, Grifter? You see this? This carnage? This is what you're working for. I should teach you a lesson. Reaches for his gun. We can defend ourselves with bullets or with words. Convince him to work with us. I like the diplomatic combat. Let's keep taking opportunities for diplomacy. Wait. We want the same thing. You don't have to like me, or who I work for. But hear me out. We should hunt down this pack together. Then they'll stop, you know, killing your people. And all that. The start of each turn, a random card in hand costs 1 additional action, this negotiation. So that's why our Visionary Grumble is costing 2 here. So Grunt is prepared already. So it does a ton of damage. And draws a card. Improvise a card, looking for block here. Give your prepared card +2 bonus damage until the end of the turn. We're not going to play the prepared card though. Let's see. Let's rig a heads for the block. Oh, and rigging is an argument, so our opponents can target that too. Interesting. Play the argument, Brainwash. Insert propaganda cards into our draw pile at the beginning of their turn. So they're going to add statuses to our deck. I do not like that. Card currently costs 0. Do that before I call it. They're just holding out for a better argument. Okay. Decent time to use our Elusive Gamble. Permanently destroy this card. Do 6 damage. Why the heck not? So Damian might end the fight. But also might not. Not gonna risk it yet. And then again, want to play cards in such a way that we get XP, so let's call it first. Then level up the bluff cards. Then grunt at him. So Cullet and Pleasantries are both upgraded. Let's upgrade Gamble twice. Or set the coin. Choose what we call it to. I like that. Set the coin. The reason for the mirrored Cullet, that's actually quite good too though, because we're currently drawing 1 card per gamble. So gambling twice is 1 extra card draw. And yeah, if I just call heads, I draw a card and gain 2 composure, right? That is pretty good. The decisive one. Decisive Pleasantries. Lets me set the coin before I do the effect. So another way to set the coin. Or gain 1 influence. Causing diplomacy cards to deal max damage. We want to set the coin, because that draws us a card. Take Decisive Pleasantries and be quite happy with it. And then 3 hostility cards. Gamble, and then attack twice if it's on snails. Overwhelm, deal bonus damage for every argument you have, or hit all targets and lose all dominance with Brute. Sometimes we want to discard, though, SRN, as discarding lets us set up prepared cards. I think I will take Muck for its gamble. Fine, Grifter, I'll work with you. But only until those Baron monstrosities are put down. Great. So you know where the pack went? Of course. Isn't it obvious? Gestures at the literal bloody trails left on the ground. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Just follow me. Rin joins our party and will aid us in combat. Using the information you got from Viren, we find the den. Scavenged scrap metal lies in a haphazardly assembled pile. As we get closer, the sound of buzzing and grinding coming from within. Overwhelming. The auto dogs themselves lie motionless around the den in various states of disrepair. It seems that without maintenance, they're slowly falling apart. Suddenly, one of the dogs bolts upright. Bzzzt. The still functional members of the pack attack! Oh god, I'm glad I recruited help. That is a lot of auto dogs. They're falling apart. This should be a cakewalk. Oh, they are falling apart. So, they only have 6 hit points each. They are immune to bleed and wound. Piercing attacks do double damage. And they're attacking us and doing statuses. Our friend has like a battle axe. Seems like a pretty helpful thing to have. Hit him with the shovel. Which one's attacking me for 4? And we can also block by just kicking the other one that's attacking me, and then our friend can take the brunt of the damage. I like it. Take that, robot dog. That is horrifying. What is that animation? Good Lord. So burn is AoE, right? Start of your turn, take damage equal to the amount of burn and deal half as much to all allies. So we should be able to take out multiple ones. Wait, this one has 9 health. Why do you have 9 health? Unacceptable. So if I kill this auto dog, it should...
One of our most valued supporters. It says continued support.
It should prevent the burn from going up. Matrix Freak, thank you so much for 7 months. Merry Christmas to you as well. Comfy chair is absolutely here. 2 concentration. Spend a charge, apply 1 cripple, which makes enemies weak. And does 2 damage. Cripple the one attacking me. Spend our charge so we gain more block every turn. We'd like to keep our friend alive, in theory. Actually block for them. Let's try that. Yeah, if the dog is KO'd, then no... no burning will occur. It's a good fight for leveling up kick. But, oh, that one had 9 hit points. some reason I thought that was a lower hit point one. If you're wondering what that morale number that keeps showing up is, no idea. I think it lowers the panic threshold or something. But I haven't got a clue. Is it good for burn not to trigger? It's not. We want to avoid preventing it from triggering. So it does AoE damage. We get 5 more resolve, and we get to choose a battle card. Telegraph. Apply 2 defense perk concentration stack that we have. Okay. So a way to interact the resources. Spend a charge to apply Scorched. Whenever burn is triggered, remove 1 Scorched and half your burn instead of removing all burn. So it's a way to make burn last multiple turns. Interesting. Or direct hit. Gain 1 maximum damage per empty cell. Ooh, I like that. A direct hit. Collect the Autodog cores as Viren watches. When you're done, he speaks up. The Rise needs those cores. Thanks for your help, but I'll be now taking them. We can give him all the cores, we can offer to give up half of them. Or fight him to keep them all. Unfortunately, buddy, we already learned the lesson of doing our job I'm going to say half-assedly, or doing our job with some amount of sympathy. Can't let you take these cores, because I need to get back on my employer's good side. So I'll be keeping those. I fought like hell to get these. I'm not giving them up without another fight. So we're fighting our friend now. Because such is the way of things. Comes into this fight with less health, so had I known how this is going to play out, I might have intentionally let him take more damage during the auto dog combat. Yeah, I was also surprised I didn't lie to the quest giver the first time El Pollo Batman, but they'll definitely know if I show up with half as many cores as I'm supposed to have. I feel like we'll be found out for that one. Give him a boot. Give them the boot. Okay, so they're gonna surrender on their turn. I will accept that surrender. So we get another card pick. Like, especially easy fights in particular should be taken when you're offered them, if you're looking to get stronger. There's a new character in the story. The other characters, no. They seem like they're completely separate, Stark Devi, which is not what I was expecting at all. 2 Scorched and 2 Burn. Target has burn, gain 2 charge. Or if you have no charge, attack this with this card twice, and then gain 1 charge. I'm liking the charge synergies. We could try going into burn here. Let's see how that goes. Let's grab the accelerant. 2 Scorched and 2 Burn. People are noticing that we're choosing to start fights again. But that's alright. Gather up the spilled cores and leave before reinforcements arrive. Alright. Let's cash in. One glance at you and Philemo's demeanor curdles. Look, I did the job correctly this time, okay? Pack won't be a problem anymore. Here are all the cores. Great! One last thing to worry about. We get our half payment. Philemo is now indifferent towards us. And we get our brain gills. Brain gills. Now, Rook, you know damn well I didn't call you all the way out here to rough up some organizers. I have my own forces for that. I need your particular skills. I thought you might. You want to discuss that here? Now that you mention it, no. No, I really don't. Watering hole I mentioned earlier. It's a good place to have a quiet conversation. Meet me there after sunset. Discuss more. You alright there to make it there on your own? Or will you need an armed escort? The famed gentle ribbing. Forget, Captain, you may have been our leader, but I was the better marksman. It would be a real shame if that were to require a demonstration. Lemo leaves us alone to contemplate his response. He's on some of the green cards. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Right, so periodically during your run you'll encounter, when you open the world map, you'll see these orange events. These are temporary things that will disappear when you make your next movement, so you always want to go to one of these if they're available immediately. Mysterious gambler has been seen plying his trade in the bog, counting our winnings, or a recent fight took place here. Perhaps there's still some treasure to be found. So treasure or gambling? Let's go count our winnings. Curious what's over here. You see a Kradeshi trying to get the attention of the crowd. Step right up, test your luck. Disinterested workers stream past him, too absorbed with their own troubles to take on his. What are you selling here, friend? Oh! You startled me, Grifter. Nobody ever stops to talk to me here in the bog. But yes, to business. I'm offering a moment's respite from the drudgery of daily life. Drugs? It's a hungry glint in his eyes that we recognize from many a mirror. From many a mirror. I like that. Test my luck with a game of chance. You might just win. Ask about the game, play the game, or don't play. What game are you offering here? The ancient and noble game of the Kradeshi kings and queens of old. The storied pastime of pampered aristocrats and dashing rogues. A contest of danger and wits. You're gonna toss that coin up in the air and let me guess how it lands, right? Oh, you've played before! Excellent. We'll play his game. Show me what you got. Keep your eye on the coin. We seem like we'd be very good at this. Did I call it correctly? Your practice eyes tell you that the coin is weighted to come up heads. Heads! Yes! We win! Double or nothing? Let's show him how it's done. Your technique is good, but not great. Heads. Nails. Heads. You can keep it up all day if you use your wrist properly. Listen, man, I don't want any trouble. Just trying to make enough money to get back to Murder Bay. We can offer to trade our coin for his, which comes up heads 90% of the time. Frog's weighted coin. But this one doesn't... His doesn't actually do anything when it does come up, so there's not a whole lot of benefit to flipping it. Let him off with a warning. He'll have an improved opinion of us. Give him some of our money, giving him an even more improved opinion of us. Probably that'll cause him to love us, giving us a permanent boon of some kind. Or we can demand his money. Let's give him some money. See if we can get a boon here. Here. A donation. Really? Why? Don't make me think too hard about it, or I might change my mind. Now be careful, more careful with your flips, Krog. Scuttles off. So he loves us. Because we gave them money when they were broke. And the boon we get is a 20 shill discount from shopkeepers, so As long as we buy at least 3 things for the rest of the run, we probably make that back, and that seems pretty likely given that we're very early on here. That seems like neat. Probably would have been better to take the treasure, but I like it. Now, where was I? Stepping in it, that's right. So we can buy item cards here. We have basically no money. Buy a drink. Gains slurred speech and tripsy. This restores resolve. We're going to my room. We'll wait for Philemo. Nothing for me, barkeep. Just here to meet someone. We lean against the bar and watch the crowd as we wait for sunset. With the last of the light, Philemo walks through the door. I see you're punctual, as always. Always bored me a little, for honest, but I won't complain. I want you to infiltrate the Rise. It's time we put an end to this worker rebellion. I see. I'm to find out who's in charge? A membership list? I know who's in charge. That Prindo Calandra. It's the other person we could have talked to. I want you to get closer. Make yourself invaluable. Then we take it from there. And how am I going to do that when I can be seen having a friendly chat with a prominent Spark Baron? Why, we're only talking, and you're very tricky. The taps here have loosened tongues and I have valuable information. The kind of information that would be very valuable to the Rise. Okay, but you have to actually give me some information. The intel's very real, I assure you. We'll take a few casualties, but it's a price I'm willing to pay. So, I'm gonna convince them I'm a double agent then? You are a double agent. That's true. Please, Rook, this is child's play compared to your Admiralty days. The intel won't be enough, of course. The Rise will want me to prove my loyalty. Naturally, I expect you to be shrewd. Do as much as it takes to earn their trust. Otherwise, you're still working for me. I imagine you'll remember when the chips fall. So, we'll clearly get the opportunity to change our minds about our allegiance here. If you know this person is the ringleader, surely it's simplest just to have her eliminated. Unrest in the Grout Bog is older than my tenure. It happened before as little as 10 years ago. Do you remember? I heard something of it. Massive riots, yes? Labor revolts? Yes. A woman named Fallon was the ringleader, but Prindo's father, Saban Calandra, was her second in command. They were all put down, of course, but the sentiment lives on. I'm not interested in having this problem in another 10 years. I want it dealt with for good. So you want me to kill the sentiment? Precisely.
Commander, the aliens
Rogue
are
Squid.
disturbing.
Thank you so much for 5 months. Very well. I imagine it shouldn't just march right up to this Prindo. I imagine I shouldn't just march right up to Prindo Calandra then. Try turning yourself in at one of the cells. I happen to know the location of one. Take it nice and slow. As you say, you've been seen with me. It'll take some convincing that you're on the level. Especially because their suspicions will be well-founded. I have no plan for extracting you if things go sour, so don't screw this up. As always, Philemo, your loyalty is inspiring. Alright. Infiltrate the Rise. We find evidence of a fight and a damaged enforcer. It seems to be stuck in some kind of diagnostic loop. The maintenance panel is open, exposing its override controls. And it spits out some hexadecimal. Previous select next. Press the sell button. Automech starts beeping. Destruct charges activated. Oh shit. 3, 2, 1. Well, ouch. Well, ouch. As you head to the location Philemo mentioned... Sorry, we head to the location Philemo mentioned, but as far as we can tell, it's nothing but a desolate patch of swamp. Kick up some moss, looking for signs of buried fires, and eventually find a small mark scratched into the lichen of a large stone. You lost, Grifter? You're the one contracting for the Barons. Fair warning, you should leave while you still can. There's going to be a reckoning soon, and no one will care if you're caught in the crossfire. You're a member of the Rise, then? I don't suppose you know where I'd find this Kalandra at this time of night, do you? I'll kill you before I let you get to her, bootlicker. Be sure of that. Beat her up to establish dominance or convince Wade we want to switch sides. They have a Cobblebot that would help her out. Choices like this are kind of interesting. From a gameplay perspective, we're being asked if we want to risk our health to improve our combat deck, or engage in diplomacy instead. Improving our combat deck is kind of important. We get a combat reward, we get card XP. And combat does end up unavoidable. Let's beat her up. I see you have a problem with authority. Perhaps I'll instill some awe in you, hmm? Okay, so this looks like a fairly challenging encounter. She's got 36 health herself and a robotic companion who's going to be playing a status effect. So we probably want to apply some Scorched to make... If I could do Burner Accelerant, we can do some AoE here. And then I probably want to apply a direct hit. Forego blocking, we'll gain 3 block from our charge. Okay, go for her first. Radical 3. Cobblebot will attack exclusively this fighter. Well, I'm the only fighter, so I don't really care about that. Looks like kick hunker down. Here. I expect to trade some health in exchange for winning this fight. That is a sweet animation. Just spin around and smack me. I like it. Okay, if I hair trigger and shovel, I think we will take Rebel Wade out of the fight here. So she's panicked. Means we can focus on dealing with Cobblebot. Weak point. The next attack on this fighter does double the damage. Double damage, you say? Damage. Don't want to use the fully leveled kick. Doesn't get any more XP, so we want to use the other one here. Kick that robot. After a certain number of turns, yeah, after one more turn, Rebel Wade will stop panicking, and the surrender will be rescinded. So I gotta put an end to this. What if hitting them again will, like, reinstill panic? Oh, geez. I might have to kill her. That's a lot of damage headed my way. I think I was supposed to target the bot first. In retrospect. But it is currently blocking. We only have 1 weak point, so hold on. If I understand this correctly, we're actually only going to take 14 plus 5. Because the attack will remove our weak point. Still pretty terrifying. I can still break her morale, but only if I do a very specific amount of damage. I'm gonna try it. This rolls a 4. We get there. Did not. Ouch. Yeah, no, we actually take 5, not 10. So you have 5 health. Like, there's a 2/3 chance Hair Trigger KOs her. Better to do direct hit for the chance that there's a surrender here. Perfect. Perfect. We're no longer gaining card XP, so we just want to finish this fight. See, you have 12, so this does 8 to 9, leaving it with 3 to 4. But I can't guarantee a kill. So I guess I should blast first. Okay, then we do guarantee a kill. Cool. Whew. That was a much scarier fight than I thought it would be. Get some resolve back. Well, we're going to be trying to avoid combats for a while. Bring a new phase to booting the computer. Get a battle card, Overloaded Core. Stun all enemies with a metallic piercing 6 to 10 damage. Destroy after 1 use. So it's like a super powerful grenade. That's nice. Kick got upgraded to either double kick 5 times 2 or pale kick. If we have no charge, this is a 1-cost card. Gotcha, Durzak. So we got the item and the money for actually killing the opponent. So it seems like you get a little bit of shills for killing enemies then. Yeah, damage goes up to 10, and then if we have overcharge, this goes up more. Let's take the double kick for the more immediate damage. And choose another card. Apply 2 burn. If fully charged, apply 1 scorched. Draw 2 cards, gain concentration equal to their combined cost. Advantage, or apply 2 defense per concentration. Not sure how I'm feeling about burn currently. As a thing that I'm trying to do. Mantle. Another aggressive card. Well, I won't be choosing to start another fight at 12 health. Stop, please, don't hurt me anymore. Never wish to, you foolish oaf. As I was saying, I'm looking for Kalandra. I have a valuable opportunity for her, despite your best efforts to squander it. I don't know where she is. She keeps her agenda secret. But I know where you can find somebody who can pass it along. That will do. Thank you kindly. I hope you have better manners when next we meet. Okay. We find a ramshackle structure hidden in the bog, right where we were expecting. Thinking it best to put a bold foot forward, we barge in. Who the hesh is that? I'm looking for Kalandra. Heard of her? Drop the act, Granddad. I'm 2 seconds away from blasting you back to wherever you came from. Explain yourself now. I work with the Spark Barons, but I find them distasteful. I'm here to offer my services as a double-crossing spy. And you expect us to trust you? Of course not. That's why I've come bearing gifts. Of course not. I'm gonna need some time to go over this. You do a job for us to prove you're not messing around. You do that right and this intel checks out. Maybe you can talk to the boss. Okay, combat focus. We get to pick a graft for this, sure. Have you seen our cobble bots yet? We build them ourselves from out of a scrap, and they're almost a match for the Baron's enforcers. But we're low on processing cores and need more. The Barons are calibrating a new batch of enforcers out in the bog. I want you to go out there and steal as many cores as you can. Sure. The automech backdoor password is memorandum. You try to remember not to forget it. Cool. We definitely want to heal if we can. We don't have much money though. Cool. Stuff I can't afford. Refreshments and healing. Put it right on the counter. As you're walking down the road, you spot a Hessian priest approaching you. Greetings. Have you accepted Hesh into your soul? Can't say that I have. No. Well, today is your lucky day. Sit with me and I will guide you through a meditation that is sure to connect you to the powers of Hesh. Duplicate a combat card by meditating. Clear our mind to remove a combat card or decline their offer. Wow. Take a look at the combat deck. We can duplicate Shovel. We can duplicate Shovel. Don't suppose it would do any harm. Priest gestures to a soft patch of moss, and we both sit down. Close your eyes and listen to my voice, and Hesh will come to you. We listen to the priest for a long while. At the end of it, we find that we have 2 shovels from our intense meditation. When we finally open our eyes again, we feel different, wiser. Almost as though we feel, although we feel no close to Hesh or any other immortal being, we feel closer to the ground. Huh, that was interesting. Do not try to understand. Simply accept it and remember your connection to Hesh. Cool. So I could have duped a different card so that Shovel deals more bonus damage, but the cool thing about the Shovel is that it's more damage per empty cell, but more defense per charge that we do have. So no matter what our current charge level, Shovel is a good card. Most excellent. Most excellent. So... Oh, we get a 20 shield discount from bargaining, so I can actually afford to restore 15 health by buying a meal here. Eat up. So we get 15 heal, we get a bloated battle card though. So we have to, at some point... this is removed upon sleeping, apparently. Or we can spend 2 energy on one of our turns to destroy this card. But I feel better at 27 health than otherwise. As we approach the testing grounds, we hear a myriad of clanging, banging, screeching, and swearing. Find a good hiding place and peer out. I told you already, this is delicate equipment. It takes me time to get it right. The longer we're out here, the longer the Rise has to fight us. So get back to work, and hurry up. Technician returns to work. The guard stomps off to patrol the area. Hashing Barons. I didn't need the money. We notice that this guy is holding a list of activation codes for the mechs. What was it? You remember the password, right? Rook certainly doesn't. What was it? Kinda got distracted by a priest. Memorandum or something? Actually, you know what? We probably can convince him to give it to us. Hey. Shh, I got a proposal for you. Threaten to kill him if we don't get the access codes. So this is... Or just convince him to can't... So either an intimidation, or just convince him to hand over the codes. And by taking a negotiation fight, we're getting XP on our negotiation guards, we're getting a negotiation card reward, or we're even getting 10 shills. Also just try to beat him up, but let's convince him. Don't look like a Spark Baron. Why are you working with him anyway? You should help me and some people. Or you should help me help some people help your people by handing over those codes. And he's got 3 codes that are bounties. And if we get more of them, I think something better happens? Is this the guy we're getting a boon from? I thought that was an augment. Have we met this guy before? I hope we haven't. Hope we have not. Take the coin. Heads. Huzzah. He gets 2 apprehensive, so he's getting a lot of block to random arguments. Any argument or bounty is removed to destroy this and draw a card. Interesting. Status card. So I can give +3 XP to a card. Not sure what I want to brain gills at the moment. This will give us 1 influence. Put dig into my hand. Give me your codes. I demand them. We gain influence. Yeah. Gambles before we before it attacks. Gain influence. We'll be doing that. Yes, damage is going towards our influence. Oh, we did have influence. Well, whoops. Still says I only took one, you're right. Rude. Super rude. If true. Just the rudest. Wasn't the code just the one we got told before? Probably. But that we are participating in a fight is giving us a significant leg up for the rest of the run. So we take the opportunities where we get them. That first. So, impatience. If you stick around in any negotiation long enough, this will show up. It's an invulnerable argument that causes enemy intents to do more damage, and causes their arguments to deploy with more resolve. So, enemies will scale up in power over time in arguments. What is prepared to do? The leftmost card in our hand is our prepared card, and some cards do certain things if they're in that slot. It seems. We're getting XP on these. Huzzah! We get several negotiation upgrades for that. Wow, like 5 cards upgraded almost. Let's take one of the mirrored cullots, because it'll draw 2 cards. Grunt upgrades to +5 if prepared. Or Boosted Grunt does 1 additional minimum, 2 additional maximum damage all the time, so that's like mostly just better than Enhanced Grunt, it feels like. It's better when it's not prepared, and better when it is prepared. Yeah, let's take Boosted Grunt. Feel like a fair choice. Ooh, prepare a card and deal max damage. We could use some... We have enough prepared cards at the moment that we would benefit from additional ways to prepare them. 4 composure or 2 in draw? Let's take 4. 4 is a lot of luck. Gamble. If snails, apply 2 composure to all your arguments. What, doesn't otherwise apply composure? We'll take another boosted one. Get those upgrades down. So many upgrades. Discard a card, gain dominance equal to its cost +1. Jabber to gain 2 influence. If heads, though. Or draw 2 cards. Gamble for each hostile card drawn. So a way to gamble more. Dominance makes hostility do more. Let's stick around. Enough with the recruitment speech. We're gonna grind you into pace, Grifter. Uh-oh. We fumbled with the automatic access codes. We're gonna have to... Oop. I'm so sorry. Just punched my microphone a little bit. Gonna have to enter them as we fight if we want the automex to fight with us. Oh my. Automatic access code. Activate one of the damaged Spark Baron enforcers to fight by our side. And we're in a combat against security guard attack. Feels like playing 2 Spire characters at once, doesn't it? It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we're already passively blocking with our charges here. I don't think we need to overload a core just yet. But I can definitely shovel, ammo pouch, accelerant. Then a charge to apply burn. Makes the shovel do more damage. Then a charge to apply wound. Oh yeah, speaking of Epic, by the way, I think FTL Faster Than Light is free on the Epic Game Store today. So if you've been enjoying that game from watching it the past couple of days, it's a great time to pick it up. Okay, so that heal was... She healed us when she hit us, but that's a racial bonus she has. Here's our other shuffle. Activate one of the damaged Spark Baron forces to fight by our side. Where's that bloated? Bloated right here. So we're blocking for 5 here. 2 from the shovel, 3 from empty charge. Could give her the old double kick. Or get rid of bloated. Give her the old double kick. Likely to make her surrender. Let's get a little bit of XP on Crank and Hunker Down before I play Hair Trigger. I'll also start working on Mantle. Do Mantle. And then Crank. Get Hair Trigger leveled up. So, Hair Trigger upgrades to spend up to 2 charge, dealing 2 bonus per charge spent. A way to drain more charge, or deal way more additional bonus damage. So, I think the Enhanced Trigger is better, letting us drain our charge more. It's 1 less damage than the boosted trigger, though. But I'm currently looking to drain my charge more than I'm looking to fill it up, I think. Cheap Shot costs 1 less per empty cell, so it's only really playable if it's 1 or 2 cost. 2 cost, target all enemies, gain 2 defense per target, so definitely a card you're only really willing to play in multi-enemy fights. Or if the target has burn, gain 2 charge. I like suppressing fire a lot here. Crackle's good too. It does 4 damage and can gain 2 charge. You collect up the auto-mech processing cores that lay strewn about. The remainder come out of the silent mechs with a satisfying pop. Cool, that quest didn't quite go as expected, but we're We're alive. Nice easy combat. Hello, Rook. Here's your cores. Surprisingly good work. And we get a graft reward. We currently have a negotiation draft, right? Return gain 1 overcharge. So increase the max damage of all our cards by 1. Or at the start of each turn, apply 2 mark. At the start of each turn, apply 2 mark to a random enemy. So that's like a ton of free charge generation. If we wanted it. Do I still have the Automech card? I think only for that fight. Yeah, only for that fight. I think we take the Perpetual Charger. Overcharge is an actual charge. Before Philefkis can voice any more disapproval, Calandra enters the room. Enough with the 3rd degree. I want to meet the turncoat. Give us the room, everyone. I'll take it from here. The room entries, and we're left alone with Calandra, who turns to us with a glint in her eye. Nice to meet you face to face, Rook. I have to say, one day in the bog and you've already made some progress. I have it on good authority that Falemo is very pleased to have finally gotten you on side. Is this only available on Epic Store, and is it finished enough to be worth picking up? If you're liking what you see, then it's remarkably polished for how early into the game's development cycle it is. I don't believe either character has a fully complete story, and it is coming to Steam in June, looks like. Thanks for letting us know that, Sky. I wasn't actually sure of the Steam release date. But yes, is currently available on the Epic Store for like 15 bucks. Some folks have said with the coupon codes that Epic is giving out, you might be able to get it for 5 currently. And at that price, it's hard not to recommend, truthfully. There's a good... I can't speak to its replayability much yet, but there is a good, like, at least 20 hours of gameplay already. Falemo often gives mixed signals, but he does have me on the payroll. Old friends and comrades, reunited by the threat of a labor union. I went to him first, as your letter proposed. Excellent cipher, by the way. I take naturally to this cloak and dagger stuff. Right, well, I won't pretend to trust you completely. I hired you to spy, after all. Okay, so this was as actually previously agreed before the start of the game. Amazing. So we've really been set up for the double cross here. That's cool. We, the player, didn't understand her ciphered letter, but the character did. I'm to look for... what was it again? That'll come later. For now, just stay on Falemo's good side. Falemo thinks you're spying on me, which we are. We can't give him any indication it's the other way around. I want you to check in with me every day. For what I'm paying you, you should make time for both. As you like, ma'am. Landra leaves us to our ruminations. It's been a long day and seems like tomorrow will be even longer. Time to head home then. But one more choice first. Autodog Road Stall. A traveling Autodog salesman has set up a makeshift stall. Or our friend Krog left a gift for us, some liquid courage, which is a negotiation battle item. See if we can buy ourselves an Autodog. Greetings! Welcome to my humble shop. What do you got? Best deals on Autodogs in all the bog. My collection varies from pristine Autodogs straight from the factory, to modified versions to downright feral ones. Of course, they're all loyal and obedient. Trained the feral one myself, and I've still got most of my fingers. All of them are guaranteed to fulfill your needs. We don't have enough money to buy the good ones, but we can buy the cheap one. The tame feral one. This doesn't look that safe or reliable. Looks can be deceiving. Alright, well, it's only 30 shills. I'll take it. I'll take the gimpy one. The feral one? Oh, of course. She seems surprised that we chose that one. Alright, we got a compile, the feral Autodog. Dead drop. Leave a report of your Brent Bog activities in the dead drop location. Find a small patch of bogberries growing by the wayside. They don't grow much elsewhere. You know that some are poisonous, but you've heard rumors that others have powerful benefits. Now, if you can only recall which one's which. The purple one, the rotten one, or the striped one. Or leave them alone. I mean, I'm not going to not eat one, right? The stripy one looks delicious. We eat the striped bogberry. With a zap like someone struck a live wire in your ear, you feel a rush of mental clarity. Gain 5 resolve. Oh, I can eat them all. Eat the purple bugberry. You watch as your wounds stitch back together. It's a bit eerie and itches like bog rash. But when you know it, you're not dead. Heal for 5. Okay, well, surely the last one is not the one that we want to eat, right? Could be that they're completely random. But with 2 beneficial ones, I might as well not eat the third one. Feels like. Arrive at the dead drop, much like others around Havaria, empty but full of anticipation. We jot down a few notes about the rise in the Spark Barons, shove the wax envelope into the sealed canister. If we were less experienced, we wouldn't notice the sudden silence as someone approaches from behind. Strange place for a walk, isn't it? Why, it's a well-worn trail, if you know how to find it. It's a hunter. Should have watched your back more carefully, Rook. You made too many enemies to just quietly fade away. I see my reputation has preceded me here. And that includes you, I suppose. You seemed happy enough when I was paying you for Rentorian secrets. Well, that's the problem, isn't it? You have too good a memory. Someone needs to wipe it clean. Besides, look at you. A bum leg, no pension, no friends. Maybe you should let me put you down. We can intimidate them or defend ourselves against Rentorian Hunter Thriqua. We're in an isolated location. We can get away with murder here! Exclamation point. Cannot escape from this fight once it starts. Do or die. So I think this is our Act 1, the equivalent of our Act 1 boss. So let's intimidate them first, because I believe this will also be followed up by fighting them anyway. Just wishful thinking on your part, you know. They have fear. When destroyed, gives Thriqua impatience, and then we gain an additional action on our first turn of battle. So this will give us +1 energy on the first turn of the fight that we start with. Yeah, use Thriqua's fear to gain a battle advantage. So our goal here is to negotiate ourselves into a better combat position for the boss fight. Hey, we drew Doggett in the perfect spot. So that gave them bonus damage. And composure immediately. We shouldn't have gone for that immediately. It's fine. That's right, core arguments actually do something, right? Whenever Threequa's arguments or bounties are destroyed, splash damage is converted to composure instead. Oh, okay, so overkill doesn't hit this fellow. 3 damage to the owner's core argument and spawn 2 new moment of weakness. Oh, jeez. Ha! Be all the block in the world. We draw so many cards by flipping the coin. Are all bosses like this? Not all of them, I don't think, but there's almost always an opportunity to use your negotiation to gain some kind of battle advantage against the boss. It just doesn't always quite look like this. Oh, I can prepare... I'll get here. So we want to lower the core argument close to 0. Let's see if I can keep Moment of Weakness alive here. Damn. Could lose that. Those are going to get targeted. But I can block both of them pretty easily. Are there combats that influence your social? Kind of, yes. The outcome of combats, like there are... I don't think there are combats that directly influence like a subsequent social effect, but you can get reputation for violence by starting fights or by murdering people, and those can have impact on your social combats. Level up a bit. My 3 composure, perfect. Get 1 energy left. Okay, so I get 2 bonus actions. That's probably gonna be good enough. We don't have a lot of use for more and more and more energy on turn 1, as it doesn't retain. Prepared card plus 2 bonus damage until the end of the turn. Card reduces their damage. Gotcha. Let's go for the win here. So we upgrade our trickery, which upgrades to either give us one of 3 upgraded cards or a choice of 5. We'll go for the upgraded ones, I think. And this upgrades to either 1 cost normally or more damage. Given that we're mostly wanting to play it when it's free, we will upgrade it. Upgrade the damage, that is, instead of making the base price cheaper. And 1 of 3 negotiation cards. Head split. Gamble. If heads deal 4 damage to all enemy arguments. Wow. Or gamble if tails discard a card. Take a head split. You might recall that time in Palketti when you swore you'd never look at flayed Ashnu the same again. I can do that to your insides. You know I can. You're bluffing. Just me and your trigger finger, and I know which of one of us is faster. Attack 3-Qua in their moment of doubt. As you like. Alright, we've got a feral auto dog helping us out in this fight. Take the boss music. So he gets 1 defense the first time he takes damage each turn. Is there no way I can... Oh, I've got a hunker down, so we can defend our dog friend, and we can play all 5 cards in my hand because I got 2 additional energy. So let's drain our charge so the shovel does more damage. Keep our dog alive. He gains 3 strength at the end of his turn. And now he's attacking us both. Poor Duggo, I don't know that I can keep him alive. That still perishes. Special passive. Cautious. Gain 6 defense and 3 power at the end of every turn. Lose 3 power whenever all of his defense is broken. Oh, so we actually can reduce his damage output here. Or we could just roll badly. Alright, in that case... we'll reduce his power. Wait. Why did he not lose 3 power? We still get defense. Oh, because that was piercing damage. Of course. Well, I done goofed then. Oh, I didn't realize the dog was gonna hit him first. Could have saved it, I think, for 1 more turn. It's alright. Give him the old double kick. That he's gaining 6 block a turn is really problematic for me. I'm not sure I'm going to win this fight. I'm not sure I'm going to win this fight. He's applying a status effect so we can go ham on him right now. He didn't even... What is that? What are you standing like that? He's gone into a second phase. Alright. Fair enough. Double kick and hunker down. Yeah, boss fights are the best way to see if you neglected the fight deck too much, indeed. Which we might have done. Oh shit. I wasn't reading all his statuses. Counter. Deal 2 damage back to the enemy when hit, remove all counter at the beginning of your turn. Well, ow. I probably shouldn't have hit him then. That gave me wounds too. So I think I just killed myself by attacking him there. Because I wasn't paying enough attention. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Will die this turn. Still has... Takes 20% more damage. Burn does not have counter now. Okay. So I should be able to just do a bunch of damage. And if he takes 16 more... I can roll 16. Charge is this this resource here. We have 4 power cells that are either empty or full. We can use them as a resource, and we gain block at the end of each turn for every empty charge. You gain 1 block. So if I kick him, that'll remove his 3 power, and we won't be dying, and I'll gain block anyway. So I think we're okay here. Go for the kick. This might actually make him surrender, too. Cool. Oh, we won that fight. That was close. I am allowed to kill him here. This will prevent him from showing up again. Or he'll probably like us if we, don't murder him. Thumbs down, whoops. Thumbs down, execute. The chat wants his blood. The chat gets blood. To resolve 10 shills, War Story. Gamble and then gain either influence or dominance. A unique negotiation manipulate card. It's a really strong card. Blast gets upgraded. We get a battle card and a negotiation card. Cost 0 when fully charged, or Lucid Blast to destroy. Get out of here, Blast. I'm gonna purge that from the deck permanently. Gain 2 overcharge. Not actual charge, just overcharge. Increases the max damage on our attacks. Spend 1 charge to gain 2 energy. Ooh. Oh, I like that. Oh, I like that a lot. Gunsmoke. Or ability. Gain a condition for the rest of battle. At the end of your turn, gain 1 counter per charge. So we counterattack based on how much charge we have. I like Gunsmoke a lot. Blast is like Strike, yeah, basically, in the starting deck. Pretty much. Rig 2 heads, then prepare a card. Interesting. Hit all targets, lose all dominance, cash out. This is a rare card. Gain 1 damage every time you gamble. Wherever this... Oh, so the card gains 1 damage every time we gamble. Damage is reset when played. And then expends. Cool, we flip a coin a lot, so this will do a ton of damage. That problem's dealt with, but if 1 shadow tracked you down, there may well be others. Time to recharge. We do get a full heal at the end of the day. Ready to hit the sack? Yes, I am. How about that room that you promised? Please. Skipping money. Is skipping for money ever the best option? Almost assuredly, Noxarchium. At some point you don't want the deck to grow larger. Just like Inspire. And the money is quite useful as well. Hit the pillow like a load of bricks. This is a summary of our day one. There are, I think, there's intended to be 5 days per run. So we're about 1/5 or 1/4, I guess, because there's only 4 days currently implemented. About 1/4 of the way through this run. I don't think all the days will take as long as this one did. We won't be reading quite as much, quite as much dialogue to read on subsequent days. But gives you an idea of the pacing of this game. Definitely much slower runs, which may or may not be something you like. Like the little summary that you get. Wake up ready to further our intrigue here in Grout Bog. Don't get a boss relic after the first boss. Before I jump further into this run of Griftlands here, I'm going to keep playing because I'm really enjoying the Rook content so far. But I do need to take another short break, refill my water, rest my legs, and when I return, more Griftlands action. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. It's awesome to have so many of you here exploring this character with me. Alrighty, we are back. Thanks you so much for your patience, everybody. Yeah, as noted, with Sal, the other character we played, after our first boss, we got a choice of a boss graft, which are a lot like the Slay the Spire energy relics in design. There's non-energy grafts in Griftlands as well, but we saw several different variations of gain 1 action at the start of your turn, and then accompanied by some downside, just like the Slay the Spire energy relics. A definite taking of inspiration there, and I think it works just as well in this game as it does in Spire. Alright, so our goals are to see what Calandra wants and to report for duty for Falimo. Alright, Falimo. Or Calandra, what do you want? You have my assignment, I take it? Hope you're ready for a challenge. Combat and negotiation. 2-star difficulty. Gives us a graft. Escort and explosive active. Whenever you see these opportunities, by the way, these are randomly generated. The little subplots that you're sent on are different each run, and the difficulty and rewards are randomly rolled as well, as far as I'm aware. Escort an explosive expert to a dig site. Perform some late industrial sabotage. The Barons are bringing a new dig site online in the Deep Bog. We were negotiating the labor contracts with them, but they rushed the project ahead before we were done, and are opening it without our approval. We need to send them a message about the importance of keeping the lines of dialogue open. An explosive message, if you catch my drift. So business is booming? Try not to hurt any bystanders. We just want to delay the opening of the site, not put our own people into the ground. So escort explosive X. So there's our quest. Buy provisions. We don't have that many shills still. Let's see what our removal is still 100 gold at this point. Oh, we got the 20 shield discount, so they're 80 each, but we still don't have enough to remove any cards. If you catch my grift. Find Orug's hovel amidst the sprawl. He looks sad. Another day in the feud, Calandra sent me. I imagine you know what for. Yeah, look, my partner's pregnant. Congrats? It changes things. I can't go with you. But I can give you instructions so you can set it up yourself. Instructions to set up the bomb. Look, dude, just come with me. What if something goes wrong? I'm not gonna set up this bomb myself. What do you take me for? Some kind of bomb setter? Let's see. I could prepare boosted grunt. And grunt so hard. Also get 2 resolve. We can do full blocking as well though. I like that more. Let's see what this rolls then. Plus we're drawing cards by gambling. Hey, now we're talking. So if we discard this, we can actually make Tall Dog free. Yeah, now we're talking. I do want to set the coin. I'm not going to actually play the boosted grunt because I want to block with hits here. Irritable. Gains 1 count whenever a card is played. When the count reaches 10, Rook loses 10 resolve. And this argument is dismissed. So I lose... That's lose 10 resolve, not like take 10 damage. I think that bypasses block, maybe? I might be wrong about that, actually. But here's our war story. Heads gain 5 influence, tails gain 4 dominance. Both are good. Here's our cash out, dealing 4 currently. War story doesn't upgrade. Just because it's a unique card. I like the art for that. Here's my leg! Want to know how I got this leg? Draw 2 cards, discard 1, draw 3, or gain 2 bonus actions next turn. Take that. 5 influence. So 5 turns? 5 stacks of diplomacy cards dealing max damage. This is gonna hit way quicker than I thought. Currently at 5. So 5 card plays before I take a ton of damage. We have so many, like, cantrip cards. Well, these 2 do a lot. Boosted grunts. So we can use that to kill this turn. On exactly the 10th card? Is that going to cause me to take the damage or not? Guess we're going to find out. Yes, we lose the 10. And it does go through block, as I thought. Oh well. We get a negotiation card. Heads deal max damage. Prepared gain an action back. Or this one gambles. So we probably just want to take more cards that gamble. Since everything is drawing a card. You're a demolitions pro, right? When your kid's born, you want them working in these conditions? When you put it like that, maybe helping you set up this bomb is a great idea. Spark Baron Patrol blocks our way forwards. Hey, is that Oreg? Uh-oh. Your foreman's been looking for you. Says they have some concerns about your requisitions. Why don't you come with us and get it all taken care of? Let's see. Getting into fights with 2 opponents don't seem good. We do want to, as mentioned, but like as we found out in the last boss fight, we do want to be taking fights occasionally to make sure that the combat deck is up to spec. Looks like a tough fight though. And we'll get help from the laborer. All right, well, we'll take this one as a negotiation argument, but note that we need to be taking fights at some point. At the start of Kevin's turn, steal a card from Rook and hold it hostage. So I can make this end up being prepared. Actually, Sifting Pleasantries can prepare Tall Dogged, which can prepare Boosted Grunt. Oh man. combos. I like it. Right, Sky? It also creates this weird, like, if you're... It creates a weird dilemma between which of the decks is more likely to succeed at the challenge before the player, which is going to be the stronger one. So there's a desire to play the stronger deck to win the situation that is rivaled by the desire to weaken the weaker deck, to strengthen the weaker deck, so that when you're forced to use one deck or the other, which you're ultimately only ever forced to use the combat deck, you need to have that one to be strong enough to survive. Let's see here. Attacking... This is just an argument. Gives us composure. That pretty much exists just to take a hit. Fair enough. Okay, so we got Influence. So this does max damage. Could do a head split, try to do damage to all our enemy arguments, which are... There are 3 of them, so let's try it. Did not get there. How unfortunate. You get to pick between the 2 decks in all situations. You do not, no. You almost always have the option to do fighting, but that's not always the true. And there's many situations where you won't be able to choose the diplomacy deck for one reason or another. Set up a straw man. Okay, so I can gamble a ton, and then I think I can win right this turn, which lets me use Brain Gills on blank here. I think. Let's play this first. I was expecting that, actually. That's only 1 damage whenever we gamble? Well, then I can't win this turn. Fair enough. Didn't like that then. Can you go through the game as just mashing in heads left and right? We tried that with Sal last time we played Griftlands on stream, and it turned out that was really, really effective. I was getting people to hate me left and right, but because I was focusing solely on the combat deck became so obscenely strong that it was able to, like, one-shot the final boss, pretty much. It definitely had a different story feel to it, though. We were very much kind of a murderous thug rampaging through. Which I found pretty it was pretty entertaining. And indeed, I'm curious to see if the answer to that question... I'll probably check in with questions like that periodically if we end up playing a lot of this game on stream. And I'd like to try something like as close to a diplomacy only as you can get. Alright, we should definitely gamble this again. Damn it! I want that card to work. It's 5 vulnerability. I was hoping I could win this quicker. We can try again. I'm down. Down to try again. There's only 2 enemy arguments now. Right. Got it. Sweet. Perfect. Excellent. Definitely want to play cash out to get the XP on that. Let's just reset one. Actually, somebody asked me if this carries over between fights. We'll science that. I don't think so, based on the phrasing of the card, but let's find out. We upgraded Dig. Boosted Dig. Or Twisted Dig. Which is the same as Boosted Dig, but it relies on heads instead of snails. Given that we mostly want heads in this deck, I like Twisted Dig a lot. It's a sweet upgrade. Boosted Praise, or more influence gain. Boosted Praise. Don't like Praise much. I might even actually delete that card. Sad but true. Draw a card. If heads, then the card costs 0. But it's 1 cost itself. 1 to 3 at 2 random arguments or Roughneck. Gamble. And then remove or steal the enemy composure, depending on what we get. Honestly, feels like we might want to take 10 chills for the first time here. Only Oreg is feeling a little explosive, if you get what I mean. Is that a threat, laborer? It's a warning. I mean, we tried to make some hooch out of bonkberries, and he tried it, and Sparkbaron takes in the sweat beating on Oreg's upper lip, the pallor shining on his face. Oh, Hesh! Get out of here, both of you, and get Oreg off the road. I don't want to be anywhere nearby when that goes off. Spark Barons make dust trails, putting as much distance as they can between themselves and the coming onslaught. Cool. So we get out of there by implying that explosive things are about to happen. The perimeter of barbed wire that we make quick work of. Then we're into the mining camp. You might not have even noticed the mine, but for the ring of sharp rocks around it, a narrow crack into the earth. You gaze into its snaggle-toothed maw. We don't have to go inside, right? Nope. We can drop a few charges down and seal off the entrance from here. But you see why Calandra wants it closed for good, right? Let's get this over with. You said it. Oregon winds a cable from his pocket and makes quick work of the perimeter. Along the way, he studs the cable with small charges and throws the end of the cable into the hole. It's set. It's set? Like it's armed, or it's gonna explode, like, really soon. We should probably leave. Immediately. Org pulls up on the gap in the barbed wire for us to duck our head under, but stops short as Org looks towards the gate at the perimeter. What is it? The gate. There's a crowd of people. Barons? Scabs, by the look of it. Laborers hoping to take the work, if Rise doesn't show up to their shift. They weaken the movement, but they're just trying to get by. Same as the rest of us. Well, they're not going to get by for long if they stay here. Warn them if you want, but keep it vague. They're already selling us out in their own way. So we have a choice. Save these kind of random passerbys. Or not. Scabs. One of the scabs notices us, and the others follow his lead, like a flock of fish. They look haggard and sleep-deprived, like they've been camping out for a day or two, and somehow managed to avoid the beasts in the bog. Another one, huh? Look, get in the back of the line. We've all been waiting here for days, waiting for that damn mine to open. Not gonna give up my spot to some opportunistic parasite like you. Well, that's not a great way to get yourself warned, but if it's gonna be a negotiation to get them to leave, I have an incentive to do that. We got plenty of resolve left, and we are again improving the negotiation deck by doing this, and saving lives, so double bonus. Okay, so this does not carry over. Didn't think it would. This guy's got quite a lot of composure. Oh, they gain composure whenever Rook creates a new argument. Okay, so they have a defensive conversational style. Different NPCs have completely different, like, argument styling. So some are more defensive, some are more aggressive towards the player, and theoretically, there's a different matchup against different player decks as a result. Promote trickery first. Not actually sure what my... I'll set the coin to heads. Draw a card here. Okay. Just don't block that one. Okay, so now I can discard Promoted Trickery if I don't want to play it. Let's do that. Twisted Dig! Twisted Dig. It's gambles, so it might give us block. And that block might go to the right place, so there's a 25% chance I avoid the... Sure, let's go for it. Nailed it! We got the 2 block from the completely random gamble card. Perfect. Brilliant. Just get lucky. Works every time. But I thought I used these. Oh, it's expend. Brain gills are reusable, so they let us like level up super fast. Not actually sure I want. And they replenish too, so these are just actually awesome. I had no idea. I had no idea. Diplomacy cards deal -1. Definitely want to Brain Gills so that I can use Tall Dog. This actually help, but He seems very determined to decrease my damage output. What do this levels to? I haven't played that card one time, so must not be very good. Did extra EXP do anything, seeing as the card only needed one more use to be upgraded? It did not, Mr. Pow. The reason I played the Brain Gills was to get it out of the hand, so that the next card over would be in the prepared slot, the leftmost slot in the hand, and get the bonus thereof. But the card did nothing for me, beyond that. So that is a chance to... Let's go like that. So tired. Well then, let's cash out. So Muck got upgraded. Attack 3 times if heads or double the base damage. So Focused Muck actually does less damage than Boosted Muck, which means you want to use Focused Muck if you have some kind of scaling going on. The, what's that called? And such scaling comes in our deck in the form of Dominance. Facility cards deal an additional +1 damage. Let's not go for the triple upgrade because of that. Gamble, ooh. And apply 5 on heads. I'm down. I'm down for that. We can choose not to upgrade a card, that is true. Not often I think that that's the best play, but sometimes. We can find cards that have partial XP on them, which is neat. Let us stuff when discarded. Then we're starting to get to the point where we might be able to discard that with some amount of reliability. Gamble, deal 2 to all enemy arguments. So we already have a gamble, deal to all enemy arguments. We don't really want another one. Rig 2 snails. Would really rather rig heads. Would really rather rig heads. Let's try bottom snail, though. Let's see if we can make that work. Look, don't you think it's odd they haven't gone ahead and opened the gates yet? You've been here for days, you said, yeah? Just because the Rise are stalling them with negotiations. Yeah, but the Barons have been busy too. Think about it, it's a trap. The Barons have rigged this place to cave in. They want to deal with the Rise once and for all. What? You're joking. Wish I were, friend, but trust me, you don't want to be here when the shift starts. The Barons won't care if a couple transients get caught in the blast. Well, maybe we've wasted enough time on this. I haven't eaten in 3 days. This is a dead end. Go look for work elsewhere. One loose thread was all it took, and the knot unravels. The rest of the scabs waste no time following their leader. We run to a safe distance and wait for the explosion. Boom! The Barons aren't going to be using that dig site anytime soon. Probably some sort of graphic or audio thing to be added later. But who knows? We did it! And nobody got hurt. Thanks, Rook. Seeing you around. We leave before the Spark Barons arrive. Orig loves us. And gives us the heavy lifting boon. Start of each battle, gain 4 defense and 2 temporary power. Because we save the workers by convincing them. So even more benefit to having chosen the merciful route. Wonder what happens. Wonder what the gameplay effect of choosing to let them perish would have been. And if there's any incentive at all in that direction. Get paid. Let's go in Mini Minotaur.
Potasa?
The thing got blown up.
Shotota.
Good work. Now they'll know we mean business. Get ourselves 95 shills and a graph reward. How do I view graphs? So we actually have 4 graph slots. Wonder if that's just because if Rook has more graph slots, or if they increase the number from 3 to 4 for both characters since we last played. How Griftlands in the comfy chair treating me? I'm having a great time today, Minnie. Really enjoying seeing all the new stuff that's been added to this game. It truly feels like they added an entire second game on top of the first one so far. And I'm looking forward to seeing where this character's plot goes. Rook just has more slots, gotcha. Neat. First attack each combat applies 3 burn. That's kind of cool. We have some burn synergies. Whenever you gain fully charged, reduce the cost of a random card in your hand by 1. Ooh. Or at the start of each negotiation, discard up to 2 cards and draw as many. Let's take the flash powder. More content for Sal too. Wow. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Seems like they're hard at work putting a lot of development time into this. Labor Office, and it's only been a few months since we last checked in with this too. The Labor Office will hire workers out to you if you need backup. Quartermaster at the HQ might also have some spare automechs. Possibly not... Crud one. Possibly not a crud one. I think we need some more shills to get a premium one, though. Game have a fast mode. I hear people ask me that one a lot, and I have good news and bad news on that front. The answer is yes. The game is does have fast mode. The bad news is fast mode is currently enabled. So if you want it to go faster than this, you're out of luck. Right? Let me just verify that that's true. Am I thinking about a different game? It's disabled. Oh! Excuse me then. Apologies. Game will play at normal speed. Never mind. I'm full of nonsense garbage. Let's keep that. Let's enable that. Turn it on and see how it plays. Oh, the Coin Man. Yeah, we should check him. Good call. Oh, that was fast. That was very fast. Alright, so Seeker's Coin. Heads draw a card. Tails do 2 damage to a random target. What's our current one? Okay, so we currently have draw on tails, 2 composure on heads, and we are drawing on a heads up regardless. So this is draw 2 on heads. Deal damage. This one draws 2. Oh, this one's just better, the Chaos Coin. Draw 2, discard 2 on tails, and 2 composure on heads. And this one's kind of weak. So this is an uncommon coin. I will take that one. This is better. Studies the coin fondly before sliding it into a lined case. It's at the black market. Afford a battle. No, save up some shills for like a robot companion. Make the next boss fight a lot easier. Break anything here and I break you. when it means random target, it means one of your arguments at random, or one of your opponent's arguments at random if it's a hostile effect. But it'll never apply a beneficial effect to the opponent or hurt you. So fast. Once more into the breach, I suppose. Tireless as always, I see. He needs us to defuse a potentially violent situation at the cafe. That's a weird name for a food place, but alright. Makes sense. In this instance, I honestly don't care for the details. The whole mess is tiresome. See, the ruckus is quelled, so I can turn my brain power back to the bottom line, As you like. The Baron Cafeteria. The cafe. Maybe we can get some resolve back. Can either talk to the lead worker or the Spark Baron. Instant skip on dialogues, gotcha. So fast mode is... We'll see how it plays in the actual fight, too. Oh yeah, skips all of them? Oh, that's actually cool. I think they might have actually changed fast mode since last time. Contract says we are supposed to get 2 square a day, but this slop ain't enough. The Baron's cutting our rations and expecting us to pay him to make up the difference. We won't be extorted any longer. We can threaten her into submission, convince her to compromise, force her to leave, or talk to the other one instead. You're Falemos man, right? My usual enforcers in the repair shop. So of course the local rabble are pushing their luck today. Please take care of this, so I can get back to business. And this is zero empathy. Threaten him to stop skimming food. Convince him to compromise. Or convince him to back me up when I fight the workers. Which benefits both our negotiation and our... Well, this is our job for the... We don't want to convince him to compromise. Because we want our boss to pay us well. So we want to be ruthless as hell while we're on the clock. When we're off the clock, we will be as sympathetic and as good human beings as possible. But when we're on the clock, our employer expects of us that we be the most terrible person possible. So I think I'm going to get this guy to help me beat up the workers. Might get violent. Need you to know that I can count on you. Okay, point is currently in the right place. Let's play our Twisted Dig. We'll tell a war story. Excellent, so we got 5 influence. It's 2 block. We want to prepare Tulldoggen so that Tulldoggen is free. Which then prepares a card. Which would do a lot of damage. But I think I'd rather gamble with Focus Muck. If heads, we get the block we need to not take any damage. If tails, we do 6 damage. So it's just as good as Boosted Praise at worst. 4 block each combat in physical confrontations, the other combat deck. These are negotiations, I think they're called. Stole my cash out. Oh, rude. This is being attacked. Oh, I have a bigger use for rent now. So now I get dominance because we discarded the snail thingy. Cool. Let's do a head split. Got it. Oh my. Oh, the negotiations are getting fun. Oh, the negotiations are getting very fun. Not really sure what happened there, but that was great. So blank got upgraded. An upgrade to 4 if heads, or 1 damage. So 1 damage all the time or 2 damage half the time. Go for the gambling. The gambling card, let's be all in on it. Rig 2 tails, no. Another rant, no. Another praise, no thanks. And then I can still threaten him. So we can force her to leave by fighting her and the civilian heavy laborer, which we will of course now do. Fun's over. The door's this way. Oppressor! You're just as bad as they are. Laborer Urga. The Taskmaster Imikio is putting a status effect on me. Interesting. Presumably a good one. And they're attacking him, which I'm completely okay with. Give him some block just to level up Hunker down and then kick one of them. Not sure who I'm meant to be targeting first here. Yeah. That's right, our first attack applies 3 burn too. And we started with that 2 temporary power, that's right. This is where we get that 4 block and 2 power on turn 1. We've been invigorated. So it gave me some strength. Good stuff. Good stuff. Ooh, target all enemies gain 2 defense per target. Seems very good right about now. And then the shovel will give me another 4 defense. So I'll gain 4 plus 4 plus 2, block for 10. And that's more, that's actually the most block I can generate too. Okay, well, fair enough. Unless I can... There was a way for to knock him out. I might have been able to block for more. If I'd done 5 more damage, I think we could have done that with Lucid Blast. Take my 4. Punched on. So you're gonna be status affecting. Sure. Burn is kind of risky here, huh? It'll do AoE damage, so that we should put burn on you. Not looking to kill anyone though. Just, you know, intimidate the crap out of them. Oh wait. Okay, no. Damn it. Alright, so murder has accidentally been achieved. That labor just straight up died. So he's guaranteed to panic. So we don't want to do any more damage, otherwise our the Taskmaster will get a little overzealous here. Whoops. In that case, I'll just crank it. You can apply 2 burns here, right? Accept the surrender. So we get 4 money and an anchor. 2 cost does 8 to 10 damage. What a weird card. Start of your turn. Start of your next turn, gain 2 power until the end of that turn. Destroy after 3 uses. Does 8 to 10 damage for 2 energy. Let's take it. Hunker down gets upgraded. Boosted or gain 2 overcharge. I want my block cards to block for more. Play 1 ricochet. If this target takes damage from card, deal that much damage to a random enemy target and reduce ricochet by 1. Weird. Get kick out of the deck. And then we're offered a cheap shot, brain burn, apply 1 burn per concentration. Interesting. Or dynamo round. Deal 2 bonus damage for every overcharge, consumes all overcharge. Neat. Don't think I want any of these. We're looking to add, like, burn? And things that drain charge?
Commander.
Yeah.
One of our most valued supporters. It says continued
Humanism.
support of the XCOM project.
Thanks so much for those 6 months of Tier 1 support. 6 months and counting, heck yeah. Enjoy that shiny new badge. Get a aggressive negotiation card. Alright, I think I'm going to turn fast mode back off. It seems to mostly speed up the out-of-combat stuff, which is not what I was expecting. At all. Speed through text. Oh, it even says the game will speed through text and travel more quickly on the map. So they completely changed what fast mode was then. Only affects non-combat. Huh. I guess I could have read that when I enabled it originally. So fast mode speeds through the non-combat stuff. And there's no option to speed up the in-battle combat. Gotcha. Maybe now they'll think twice. Or they'll run straight to the rise. Either way, it's no longer my problem. Okay, we seem to suffer no consequences for the laborer who died. I don't know that that would have been true last time I played. But previously, every time we killed somebody, it caused someone to hate us, giving us... You get a permanent bonus for anybody who loves you. Similarly, you get a permanent penalty for everybody who hates you. Let's see, dislikes because we attacked them. Taskmaster dislikes us for bringing that to violence. Fair, fair. Maybe Falema will be pissed at us too. Hello again. Trouble with the cafe is over. You were supposed to talk everyone down, not beat them up. Well, now he wants me to be less ruthless. You're sending me mixed messages here, dude. You're just lucky nobody got kissed. Are we, though? Are we actually lucky? He dislikes us again. God damn it. Whatever. Give me my resolve back. Gosh. Feebling Ray. Lies weakened during combat. That's pretty good. Or... Our friend Orig is in trouble. I have a chance to save him before it's too late. No, Orig! Orig, no. We find Orig under Gura's heel, looking one blow away from the worst day of their lives. Make enough of a racket to draw Gura's attention, and Orig looks up at us with wide eyes. Rook? There's nothing to do with you, Hunter. Stay out of it. Alright, well, I need more combat deck improvement, so I'm gonna beat you up too. You're gonna regret messing with any of mine, pal. Get beated up. Get super beat up. End the fight too quickly. It's worn out. When it reaches 0, apply 1 stun. So if I attack them 4 times, they get stunned. Upgraded. Over here. Lucid Kick's pretty good. What might do to save it for a key moment. Don't want this guy to die. Let's see. Accelerant upgrades to 3 Scorched and 2 Burn, or 1 Scorched, 1 Burn to all enemies. Actually kind of makes it worse. We'll upgrade the single target then. 5 Burn, yeah, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Pistol Whip. Cost 0 if we have no empty cells. Wounding shot, apply 1 wound per empty cell. 1 wound per empty cell. Wow. That seems really good. Because each stack of wound is 1 additional damage. So if we apply 4 wound, we're doing 4 additional damage. Like a wounding shot. Comes even with 1 XP. Stop! I won't go anywhere without you, near you or Organ again, alright? My grudge dies here. That's a deal. Break it, and I'll break your neck. Now get lost. Ura slinks off. He'll be lucky if he makes it back to town. Thanks, Rook. You actually saved my skin there. Least I could do. Come on, let's get you somewhere safe. Hooray! Orig is not dead, therefore we retain our bonus from Orig. We have a lot of shills now. Let's get a combat removal at the black market here. I think our negotiation deck is looking fine. But I do want to invest more in the battle deck. Removing this blast is not too bad. Crank is a card I would definitely not ever be upset about losing. We're trying to drain charge. Yeah, let's get rid of Crank. Mildly concerning there's not a confirmation on the card removal, but alright. Lone Jake confronts us. Back me up and I'll pay. Back you up with what? You'll see. Jake exhales and steps behind you. Before you can question her further, we're joined by the Rise. There she is! Out of the way, Grifter. We have business to discuss with that Jake. Defend Rano against these Rise members. Convince her to back off. Or convince Rano to pay Clean back. What are you... Why are you angry? This Ashnu... Calling her a snail. This Ashnu bought a load of surplus Admiralty weapons and then charged into battle without testing them first. They were surplus weapons and priced accordingly. I'm not surprised they didn't work. I was upfront about the risks. I'm just the middleman here. Okay, so you sold some shitty weapons that backfired. Sold us a load of defective weapons, almost got me killed by barons. Want my money back. Well, that's... I mean... Rano told me that she'd pay me. Beating up your supplier sounds like a good way to find yourself without supplies. Or limbs. So this is the one that's making our actions cost more. Give me some boost. Got heads, so we get some influence. So we'll gamble with enhanced blank then. And we'll just do 6 damage. Actually, no, let's gamble for the block chance. Not get there. We did draw a cullet for Tames, which is nice. Got heads twice. So we're going to be injecting propaganda cards into our draw pile, okay? Let's try the head split. Yeah, so we can... That lets us set up boosted grunt. Or I can misclick and not do that. That also works. That also works. Man, I can set the coin to tails, though. To draw 2, discard 2. That's pretty hype. That is incredibly hype. What if the card costing 0 overrides the cost? Interesting. We're currently on snails. This draws a card. Bit of a stinker of a turn. That wasn't great. So I can do Brain Gill's cash out here and get that upgraded. Let's do that. Cash out is upgraded. What do you upgrade to? Boosted cash out. Does 2 more base damage. Or enduring. Lets us use it multiple times per fight. Oh my. But the damage still resets when played. So what's the point? I guess if we are in a fight long enough to need... No, there's no point for that, right? You think I need... Do I think you need to worry about spoilers watching me play this? The story is intended to be replayable and pan out a little bit differently each time. But, like, kind of. Subsequent playthroughs are definitely different than the first one. If it's the gameplay that really interests you, then absolutely not. If it's the story that you're finding compelling, and I don't think it's likely to be the case for most people, but there might be a few where that is the case, then that would be something to potentially worry about. Deal with multiple enemies with enduring, but this is a negotiation card, and you never have multiple core arguments in a negotiation. Take the boost and cash out then. Could take another bottom snail, and I feel like that's okay right now. Let's do that. Oh, I missed an upgrade. Whoops. Head split. It does 2 more damage, and I can flip what head it requires. Let's keep it on heads, though. Maybe we're being a bit hasty. Meet back at the market, and we can discuss a discount on your next shipment. Cool. Thanks for that. Some people take business transactions way too personally. She loves us and gives us another discount at shopkeepers. Nice. 50 shills is fair. We can have another. We can demand 100, which is another negotiation. So absolutely, we will do that. Saved your life, friend. Don't be so stingy. Give me your money. Give me your hecking money. Success! Draw 2 cards, gamble for each hostile card drawn. Now let's take 10 shills. 110 shills! Huzzah! Morano leaves. What are the Grifts of the Black? What, Grifts? Graphs? Grifts. Graphs. Flexor heads. Rig 2 heads. That could be good, actually, at this point. As that could guarantee an early success with our enhanced blank. And with our head split. Tumbler. Whenever you prepare a card, deal 2 damage to random targets. Temporal Wire. Your prepared card deals +2 damage. Are there a lot of deck paths in this like Slay the Spire? Yes. Each character has a ton of unlockable cards. Like, there are 30 plus cards for this character, I think, that are just currently locked, because this is my first run with them. And the variety... There's a lot more behind unlocks than in Spire, which is... As far as roguelites go, Spire is, like, really forward with its content. The vast majority of them do have a lot of the content, a lot of the options in the form of unlockables, and this one's no exception. 260... What does this cost? 60? Only 60 shills for the Reflexor heads? Fuck yeah. Pardon my French. But I will take that. What about the combat graphs? Start of each turn, apply 2 mark. Whenever you gain fully charged. End of each turn, gain 3 defense and 3 counter if all your cells are empty. Wow. But that one's unaffordable at the moment. Omelette du fromage. Omelette du fromage. We arrive at the drop point, this time without ambush. We jot quickly in bird scratch, only we and a few others understand, detailing what we've learned of the rise and the Spark Barons. We file our report and find a message left by our counterpart on the other side of the wall. Quest. Help an acolyte of Hesh retrieve stolen goods from a spree encampment. Combat and negotiation. Printed instructions read, documents that are embarrassing to the cult of Hesh, which is like the clergy. An abyssal jellyfish god they worship. Been stolen and are currently in the possession of an exiled spree raiding party. Make contact with Farinowin, a cult priest in the region, and coordinate to recover the documents. How different are the characters from each other? Much like Inspire, completely different card pool. There are no cards in common, and this character has different core mechanics, like the charge mechanic isn't present on Sal, nor is that coin flip mechanic on any of her things, so they are completely different. I don't know if this game runs on Mac yet. Compatibility with Mac is planned in the future, but I don't actually know if it's currently available. Alright, Acolyte. You're hanging out at the bar that I usually hang out at? Sure. These random people in the bar, by the way, you can encounter people that you already know. And they say hi. And you can also just like buy people drinks to get them to like you, which can get you boons, usually like discounts, but costs shills, and I didn't find it to be worth it when I tried it. But that might, again, have been something that changes. Meet Frinowin. Simply spreading the word of Hesh through the libacious camaraderie of a swill hole. Join me? Share a drink with her. Will improve our opinion of her. We get discounts on this, though, from bargaining. Amazing. Stores 10 resolve. Okay, so they have OSX support plan, but at an indeterminate time in the future. That's fair. You're Funuin. I'm Rook. You paid for help? You? I was hoping for someone a little more pious. I could let you work things out with Hesh personally if you prefer. Oh, no. Hesh's tentacles writhe in mysterious ways. Perhaps you are ripple left by its passing. That's a good thing. So, these documents. The spree have the documents. They stole them, and now they're hiding out in the bog waiting for things to blow over. And now you want me to walk in there guns blazing to get them back? Don't you people have Luminari for that sort of thing? No, I need to keep this quiet. Using the Luminari would invite questions that I don't want to answer. The Enforcers of the Cult of Hesh, so their military division. What I want you to do is distract the spree leader, offer him a score he can't refuse, and then take them out of the encampment. I'll sneak in and get the documents while you're out. Then we can make back up for payment. So we're supposed to distract the leader. What score should I offer? I'm an honest grifter, not some bandit. I've arranged something. A merchant caravan has broken down on one of the bog's back roads. Their cargo will get the spree's attention. So what's in these documents? Contents are embarrassing, both to the cult generally and to me specifically. And I'm paying for your help, not for questions. You just happen to know of a caravan that broke down nearby. Suspiciously convenient timing, don't you think? Hesh provides, when properly appeased. And I may have used his tithe money to arrange for some light sabotage. Cool. So we're using this broken down merchant caravan to steal some documents. Okay. Let's go. Go, convince him of the score. I'll follow at a distance. The spree sees us together. The plan won't work. This is longer per game playthrough compared to Spire. We are doing it at a fairly slow pace by reading all the dialogue, but even if you skip all of the... It does get a lot closer. Like, this playthrough is going to be in the 10+ hour range for all 4 days. We're currently at day 2 of 4. But if you skip all the dialogue and just do the card playing, you'll still find it clock in, at least for me, that I think it was like 2 to 4 hours for a complete run of this, if you're going fast, whereas for Spire, a quick run is like 45 minutes. So I would say at least twice as long as Spire. Oh, Rook only has 2 for now. I didn't realize that we were approaching the end of Rook's content. That's good. I was planning on ending the stream after we hit the end of day 2. I guess that's going to happen here, huh? I was under the impression Rook would launch into 4 days like Sal had. We find the bandits where Frynwyn said they would be. The leader, Ash, hears us approach. Who's there? Just a simple grifter. I mean you no harm. How did you even find this place? Heard some big players from Murder Bay were in the bog. My specialty lies in finding things that other people don't know about, and I'm good at my job. Which is why I sought you out. I have a proposition for you. We are big players, you have that right. Spit it out then. But if I don't like what I hear, I'll have you killed where you stand. How's it going, Tony Scarface? Quick explanation of this game. The best, I think the quickest way I can describe it is slay the Spire, but you have 2 decks of cards at the same time. And you'll often attack the entire bandit camp. I love that that's an option. Attack the entire bandit camp and fight like 6 things. I would love to feel like my combat deck was in a position to handle this. But that probably results in us dying. Let's convince him we have a lead on a big score. There's a merchant caravan nearby, transporting bog goods to the gate. It's lightly defended and it's stuck. We can take it if we work together. Alright. Alright. The art is good, the soundtrack is also good, and I think the gameplay is good too. It's Tony Scarface. It's got quite a trifecta going on for it at the moment. The only problem with it is that it's not currently finished. But it's looking really promising. So this guy increases all damage by 1. This is an aggressive AI negotiation. That's right, we have 2 rigged heads to start. So Enhanced Blank is guaranteed to do bonus damage. And War Story is guaranteed to give me influence. Set it to tails, so I draw 2, discard 2. I can discard bottom snail. And discard boosted cash out too. Double twice. God, I like this deck so much. Twisted Dig does 10 currently. Focused Muck would be how much times 3? I would just instantly dunk my opponent with Focused Muck if we hit tails. Let's try it. Turn 1 kill. No, didn't get there. Did not get there. Play that card for the first time in ever. Wow, we can get a lot of dominance. Excellent. Another grunt. I'll take 10 chills. Your offer sounds good. Almost too good. I like good offers. We hit the caravan, split the loot 80-20. Deal? Of course. Lead the way. Me and my people will follow behind. You do the talking, we'll step in if we need to. Ash rounds up the troop and heads out, and we play along. So this is where the robbery is supposed to occur. We find the caravan. Somebody is arguing loudly with a very disgruntled Ashnu. Get moving, you useless pile of ooze. Wait, did you hear that? Who's there? A grifter. Oh, what do you want? We can either threaten them or fight them with the thugs on our side. Yeah, this could result in these thugs being weakened. We'll improve our combat deck. Let's take a fight. Signal to the bandits. And they go in. Alright, so a lot going on here. They've got a Dockhand, a Pack Ashnu. This is a giant snail-like creature. A combat drone. And a wealthy merchant Eloman, who is throwing some kind of thing at me. Can take her out first, probably. So wounding shot applies 1 wound per empty cell. We currently have 4 empty cells. Let's improvise an ammo pouch first. Gain 2 charge, expend, spend a charge, apply 1 cripple. Or spend a charge, apply 1 wound. Even more wound. So applies 4 wound, so attacks inflict 4 bonus damage upon her now. So she's actually already surrendering if I hit her with the shovel. Oh, Raider Ash will affect 17, okay. And we can take out the combat drone. That's right, they're immune to bleed and wounds. No, that's fine. Ashnu bite. Lots of stuff going on in this fight. This is attacking me, so if we take out the... combat drone... we won't take any damage. Dockhand is now attacking me. Suppressing fire will shoot at the surrendered one. But how could I not, right? This is hitting so many targets. Hitting so many targets. Yes, attacking. It's not gonna get them to surrender. How unfortunate. We're exposed, so we get half defense. Too bad. They did, in fact, panic. Akashnu is attacking us this time. Akashnu has no... the old anchor right now. You need to live. Aha! So, we killed this random person's friend, so all opponents now start with an additional argument in every negotiation. Because we killed one person. We do get 53 money, a spark grenade. Or 2 random enemies, piercing, destroy. Neat. Some resolve back. Ammo pouch upgrades. Get the upgraded cards rather than the 5 choices. And gain overcharge rather than gain 1 charge, sure. Another mantle, another burner, or vantage. Draw 2 cards, gain concentration equal to their combined cost. Or decline, which is what I'll do. We get some reputation cards for starting a fight. That was a workout. The score better be worth it. That's the wrong voice. Survivors of the caravan are cowering nearby. Start to back away, drawing Ash's attention. Now, they've seen us. Can't leave any witnesses, can we? You kill him, Grifter. Refuse to kill them and then fight him. Or convince him to let them live. So we did just weaken them. So let's take the advantage from that. They're already defeated. Not gonna be your butcher. Well, in that case, I'll be yours. Yeah, they come in with low health, no surrender threshold. And the dockhand that we beat up is also injured. How unfortunate. Oh, so that applies burn to both of them. So that should KO you. Should go like this. That will definitely KO the other guy. It would mean money, damn it! Unacceptable. Still wouldn't kill then. Bleeding. Give him the shovel. Durno hates me. Hey, we knew Durno last time. Status cards cost 1 additional action for killing Ash. Okay. 25 money. Battle card Heavy Cleaver. 3 bleed, destroy after 2 uses. Makeshift Dagger. Apply 1 wound, 50% chance to discard, 0 cost. Sure, I'll take the 0 cost Makeshift Dagger. Not gonna take the Heavy Cleaver though. Direct Hit gets an upgrade. I could have let the ally do it and then avoided the Bane. That makes sense. At the minimum, upgrading the rooted direct hit is just better than tall direct hit. I think. Guessing the coupon for everybody. Okay, so yeah, a couple of people mentioned that. So it does seem like if you buy this on the Epic Game Store right now, you'll get it for $5, and I think it's well worth that. Well worth it at that price, especially since the devs are very much committed to making this game complete and better. It's pretty cool. Spend up to 3 overcharge. Attacking once per overcharge spent. Spend all charge. Repeat this attack once for each charge. Yes! That's the card we're looking for. Noon Thug. Ash is dead and the situation just got really complicated. Remaining survivors hightail it before we can address them. We shall rummage through the remains of the caravan and find some money. Hooray. Money. Alright, let's go to the black market real quick. And you got a $10 coupon for buying it back. Epic Games, the Epic Games Store is definitely currently a store that's pretty advantageous to shop on. Steam hasn't had the kind of ridiculous discounts that originally brought them into the market, but back in 2013, 2014, Steam gave away free games or 90% discounted games all the time. And it's only now that they're well established they've kind of stopped doing that. Looks like Epic Games Store is taking the same aggressive discount policy to try to get people to adopt the platform, and I bet it's working. I bet it's working. Has to do with the Steam refund policy. That would make sense too. That causing a change in how discounts get given out. So I kind of wanted that trench knife. Gain 3 defense and 3 counter at the end of our turn if all of our cells are empty. Let's install that trench knife. Yeah. Alright, so the situation got complicated or whatever. Any difference between the... I think the experimental branch is kind of like the Slay the Spire beta branch, Derek, where the less polished, less finished content gets tested. Did you get the documents? I did. Thank you. Hope Ash wasn't too much trouble? Well, he's dead now. He's an ex-bandit. Less I know about that, the better. Here's your payment. Till next time. Sweet. Let us restore our hit points to full. And then return to our employer. Recognize the color of the member of the Rise, boldly out and about on the main roads. You a grifter, stranger? Under contract, maybe? We'll express support for the Rise. No need for the sales pitch, friend. I'm already a supporter of your cause. That's a relief. Can't count how many times I've asked that question only to get written up. Want some literature? For a small fee? If I pay off my demerits, I can keep talking up the shifts. Rise Manifesto. It's a negotiation card. Or we can politely decline. Come on, you wouldn't want folks thinking you're an enemy to freedom, would you? And now we have the option to do negotiation. Get them to leave us alone. Leave me alone! Leave me alone. Give me some card XP. Although we're mostly leveled up. Let's get rid of these downside negotiation stuffs that we have. Oh, is that gonna... Gonna disappear, right?
belly.
Yeah, I just lost all that resolve. But I clobbered her.
So can I share?
And you know what? It worked out well.
Tasiopa.
Got her. Wait, did I? Yes. Instant KO. Good job.
Hopa.
Don't understand why you want allies you don't even respect.
She'll show
Or are
up.
you merely using the rise as a ruse for your highway robbery? Highway? This is the low way at best. Okay, fine. I see how this works. The foreman would kill me if I made the rise look no better than the spree. She pisses off. Excellent. Excellent. Grifter, we have reason to speak.
Tatua.
Do we now?
Just a bull.
I have heard disquieting rumors that you have been less than forthright in your dealings with Falemo.
Kosonta.
Rumors are like birds, always flying about. Wouldn't pay them any. Drop the act, Grifter. I am immune to your folksy charms. I put out inquiries about you, and I know all about your past. I know who you are, and I know what you've done.
Tekos.
You might know what I've done, but you have no idea what I can do. I can double kick. And if you don't want to get kicked twice in the face, you better back off. One of our dig sites has been experiencing disruptions. Fleets have been attacking the workers. We thought we had it under control, but the last attack revealed the source. A queen. I want you to eradicate this problem, quietly. I don't want to panic the workers and give them any more an excuse to shirk their duty. So Fleet is a voracious pest species. Feces? What exactly is a Fleet queen? Fleet live in communal nests deep underground. Each nest has a queen at its center. The queen produces when the nest's young and has a psionic link with all her offspring. I don't know what they look like. Nobody who's seen the one at the work site has survived to tell us. Well, that's promising. How did it even get in there? The rise are nothing if not resourceful. Fleets are big, but their eggs are durable and small enough to eat. They probably hid them internally and walked through the front gate. That's unsettling. You asked. Fair enough. Let's go. I'll do it, but only because I have to. We have a containment team at the location. Meet with them, and they will show you how to access the queen. I will find you when the task is completed. Okay, we already pretty much bought out the black market. We have more money than I know what to do with, quite frankly. Oh, let's just go then. Could, like, buy a boon from somebody, maybe. Small detachment of Spark Barons has established a perimeter around the cave entrance. Unsettling noises occasionally arise up from the depths. The Barons respond with blaster fire, and the occasional grenade. The Grifter's here! Errant said to expect you. The Queen is down there. Good luck. I'm gonna need some help with this, you know. I think you're misunderstanding the situation here. You are the help. So go kill it, will you? Who are we up against? We are up against a hole in the ground. You are up against a Fleet Queen. Probably not an insubstantial quantity of Fleet and Fleet larvae. But you'll do fine, I'm sure. You maybe give me some backup. If it's taking all of you to keep the Queen pinned down, surely it will take more than just me to destroy it. I need some volunteers to go down with me. I don't get paid enough for that. I might send some of my underlings if you make a strong enough case. Start battle with any supporters you've won to your side. This will end the negotiation. So our goal is to win over some supporters here. Potential ally. Oh, I like this. Potential ally. So every argument, every bounty we take out here adds a potential ally. That's cool. I don't have any gamble cards, so I can't actually draw anything. It's unfortunate. This guy does not have a central argument. Take care of that argument. I want the good ones. Do I just play this? Yeah, let's just play this. Bato. Love the name. Where's my AoE? Unfortunately, I think we'll draw one card. Not what I wanted to draw, though. Man. I can discard. Oh, I can use Rant to discard Bottom Snail. Here we go. Deal damage to all enemy arguments. We're guaranteed to get this because we have a guaranteed head, so this is gonna wreck everything. Beautiful. Beautiful. Block. Just why I set the coin ability. So what is this? Security guard hooch. So we still have a guaranteed head, so this will do 4 bonus damage. Bring us another ally. Get rid of this card. Violent reputation that we have is making this a little bit harder. Oh, I can lose the things I've won over. Did not realize that. Not realize that. Cool, so we have all of the things on our side for the moment. We're about to lose the bot, though. Let's gamble for some composure. Nailed it. Start battle with Alg, Bato, and Hooge on our side. This will end the negotiation. Cool, let's do it. We got everybody. Graft upgrade available. Oh yeah, our Graft's upgrade. Every time you gamble and get heads, draw a card. This upgrades to what? Draw 2? Oh my god. Oh, that's not fair. That is unfair. That is very unfair. Another head split. Another head split. Although I think that was probably the last negotiation of the run. So the card doesn't matter. Rally the volunteers and head into the cave! Hate paperwork. Don't get my people killed. Don't get my people killed. Why is this more confusing than Spire? There's a lot more going on screen. There's more moving pieces to it. You've got 2 decks that you're trying to juggle. It's gotten a little bit less polish. I could easily see it being a little bit more difficult to digest. Turning a corner. Finding yourself in the Queen's Brood Chamber. Hundreds of hungry eyes snap to attention as the queen rises on impossibly small wings to fight you. Thickness 18. So this is the Brooding Matron, Fleed Queen. It has 18 defense at the end of its turn. Wow. I don't know that I would be able to hurt this thing if it wasn't for all the allies we got on our side here. Shot. Good time to use our lucid kick. Apply 3 wounds. So yeah, each wound we apply makes all of our ally attacks do more damage there, so that's huge. Orc Blast. Gross. Ew. You just vomit those up? Okay, Fan the Hammer is great here. Spends all our charge, makes the, you want to do the shovel first, I think. Yeah. Go with the anchor. Oh yeah, I did my turn with no charge, so I got 3 counter and 3 block. I forgot about that. Let's see. I currently have 1 wound. Fleet Queen is attacking me for 18. Alright, 2 random enemies, 8 to 12 piercing. And the Fleeds have the Tiny Stinger. When the larva dies, insert Tiny Stinger into your hand. Remove all defense on the target's... Oh wow, so killing the little ones gives you 0 cost cards that are great against the big one. I like that. So it's in counter mode. So I probably don't want to hit it that much more. Doesn't get discarded, so I don't have to. Good. Okay, so this looks like a good turn. A very good turn. Pretty sure we just won. Yeah. A veritable beatdown. GG. GG. Sure, we'll take Amplifier. I don't think we're actually going to get to use these cards, so I'm not looking at them too much. Gain at the end of your turn, rig 2 heads or 2 tails. Oh my. That's super thing I want. Just rig every turn. The Fleed Queen collapses in a pile of chitin and ichor. The stench of it all chases you out of the cave. Back topside, Black's minions reassemble. He does a quick roll call, finding no one missing, and extends a hand to you. Good work, Grifter. Couldn't have done it better myself. Truer words you've never spoken. You got the job done, Grifter. I am grateful. But I will be watching. The rumors of your dalliance with the Rise turn out to be more than rumors. I will be forced to execute you. You're welcome. Question mark.
Hope-okay.
But I'm getting ahead of myself. Here, take this as a token of our relationship. What did she just give me? She didn't notice what it was. Oh, picograph reward. Something appeared on the side of the screen. I didn't see what it was. Free concentration at the start of combat. Whenever you spend your last charge, draw 2 cards. Heck yeah. Definitely that one. Oh, some guy likes me. Gotcha. Thank you. Don't let it go to waste. Errant leaves, leaving the rest of the barons to clean up the mess. Time to rest and recharge. About that fine accommodation that was so graciously offered. Congratulations, you've made a name for yourself in Groutbog, but Rook's true goal remains a mystery. Who is he really working for? What does he want? That is, I guess, the end of the Rook content so far. The 2 out of 2B 5 days, so this is only 40% of what should be a complete run when the game is done, or so the devs claim. The other character who's in the game, Sal, does have a 4 days of content so far, so if you want to see what a longer run looks like playing her, we'll get there for you. We unlock a bunch of stuff. So on future runs of this, we have a whole bunch of new cards that we could find. Every time you gamble, reduce the cost of this card by 1 until the end of your turn. So this is Eviscerate, pretty much, but it doesn't do enough damage. I don't know if that's good enough of a reward to make this card worth gambling. Upgrades only after 3 plays, though. Gamble twice. And then Evoke? 4 new keywords. Whenever you draw a card while this is in your hand, gamble? But doesn't that... I can't peek at the upgrades, not from this screen anyway. Doesn't that just go infinite immediately? With any sort of on-draw... Like, we had draw a card whenever we gambled. Does that just go infinite with this card? Immediately? Not sure how I feel about that. Seems like it'd be hilarious. And then more concentration synergy stuff. Cool. We did well enough to unlock more stuff. Set the coin to tails and discard a card. More interested in the negotiation ones. The discard negotiation synergies are really cool to me on this character. Not a forced infinite. Okay, I'm allowed to stop going infinite if I wish to do so, which I can't imagine ever choosing to do. I've got an infinite, I want to use it, right? Discard your hand, draw 5 cards. What? Not discard the number of cards that you discarded, or draw them as many as you discarded, but discard your hand, draw 5. That's awesome. And we got a new outfit, the Saboteur. Ooh. Yeah, we can take a look at that. With a scatter phase. Whenever you gain charge, deal 2 damage. Ooh. Whenever you gain charge, gain 2 counter. Yeah, we did a counter build with Sal previously, and that was great. And then Prestige is this game's equivalent to Ascension levels, where stacking penalties apply on the player. Last I saw, there were like 7 Prestige levels. How many are there in... We have 11. Okay, so there are currently 11 Prestige levels. Neat. First 2 are allies are weaker in battle, opponent arguments start with more resolve. And then very much unique modifiers at each level, done in the same style as Spire's Ascension levels. Definitely looking like a really interesting game, and we'll keep checking in periodically with this one as more content gets added. Probably going to set this one down again until, at the very least, the Steam release, Still looking, while really, really promising, very much incomplete. How long was the run? Our uptime? So for a two-day run with reading all the dialogue, clocked in at about 5 hours there. I think we could easily compress that down to less than an hour, though, if we were just doing the pure gameplay. For a 2-day. I know we've done a complete Sal playthrough in like 4-ish hours. I like the goggles. I like the goggles. Anyway, that is going to be where I wrap it up for today. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Been a pleasure revisiting this. Didn't encounter too much memorable dialogue today. The dialogue in Sal's story was definitely memorable for a number of events. So I do recommend reading the, if you're at all interested, at least giving the dialogue a glance at when you play it the first time. There's some pretty funny lines in there. Thanks for watching, Faily, Mini Minotaur, Cuttlefish Man, Sky, Peach Lover, Doom Stress, Cat and Snacks. I'm gonna throw a host down over to First Dane, who's playing some, I think, A20 Slay the Spire. Friend of the stream. And I hope you all have a good night, everybody. Thanks for watching. Ta-ta for now.